Oh, what's up? What's up, Tinker? It's going good. Oh, let me turn this off. If everything's still working or if anything's frozen and shit. And then the cap card just freezing. Okay, what, do we have a problem killing these guys? Oh, we did, didn't we? Yeah, that's fine. I was ready to go this morning anyway. All good. Worked late. Then worked even later. Again. I just stopped doing that on weekends because Friday, Saturday night, Saturday, Sunday morning, that's the best time to stream, right?
I see enemies ahead. I'll get on it. Ha! Can I get you in there so you can get off my back? Now's better than later. Too easy! Alright. Now's better than later. On your guard! I'll get on it. Alright. Someone will fall, and it sure won't be me! Now's better than later. I'll get on it. Can I get you a lift so you can get off my back? Wipe them out!
Alright, motherfucker.
Alright.
Oh, it's going down now. Yeah, me and Puppy Bro get dead on that ass.
All right.
Get
We
dead on that
surrender.
ass.
We're just trying to get by before the dog spawn gets us all.
Oh, man, I'm sorry about that. Well, so, like, here's the deal. And this isn't going to be, like, a forever thing. At least I don't think it will. Let me make sure is my mic working? Mic good? Yeah, okay. Double check the broadcast thing has been a little weird lately. Yeah, that's not going to happen, Mr. NZ. And if it does, you probably wouldn't want to play it anyway. Well, you'd want to, but it probably wouldn't be a good idea. So on Friday, Saturday, I got a boss, and she really looks out for me at work. Like, just deliveries. She makes sure like we stay busy. That the system doesn't take all the deliveries and pass them off to DoorDash and, you know, cherry pick the best shit to where we just get stuck with nothing. And I mean, we're literally you're at some point when you're using your own vehicle, you wind up losing money. You know, if you're not making enough to even cover it, or you're just working for free, and you know that's just stupid. Obviously stupid. I enjoy my job and the people I work with, and I really like what I do. But you know, damn, I mean, you know, when your car breaks down, you got to be able to fix it. You know, shit like that, right? So she's really cool about that, but her car's screwed and she's in no position to fix it. I think her motor's locked up. She obviously is in no place to buy a new one type thing. So she's not that far off the beaten path. So I'll pick her up on my way to work sometimes if we're doing that. And then if she's working later, a lot of times I'll come home and I'll like get laundry started if I need to, go take a shower, you know, and clean up and this and that, blah, blah, blah. And then I'll go and I'll give her a lift back to the house so she can save, you know, what, 18, 20 bucks on an Uber. I mean, she's just going to stay stuck in the hole like that forever type thing, right? So that'll keep me late. No point in starting stream for 30 minutes when I have to leave again. So when I stream later on weekends, it won't be a forever thing. But here lately, that's kind of what it's been like. So when I start late on a Friday night, Saturday night, or, you know, Saturday, Sunday morning type thing, that's why. Yeah, anyway, I don't know. Something I feel moved to do, personally. Not like it's a huge deal or anything, but I think to her it is in the long run. I think if she can put back some stuff and get back, you know, get mobile again, you know, that'd be really good for her. And honestly, I'm not going to lie, like, I think she'd kind of probably be a pretty good driver, too. You know, I mean, she says she likes to drive, and she's got the personality for, you know, to deal with people like that. I think she'd be good at it. I'd like to see her maybe even do that. Anyway, whatever. That's why I've kind of been late on weekends sometimes. Not always, but probably most of the time here lately. Anyway, but yeah, I appreciate it, man. Good to have you guys. So, hey, we're here. Don't have anything like really, really pressing in the morning or anything, so we can stay up at least for a while. It's not like I can only stream for an hour and then leave again. So, yeah, it's 2:30. It's still pretty late, but probably go till hopefully at least like 4 or 5, right? At least.
Yes, I'm a criminal. I admit it. I apologize.
I apologize.
Yes, of course. The coins we collected are right here. Just
I believe you
over
get this 100,
silvers.
150 silvers
The rest
soon.
is in the chests we brought. I swear. I'm not going down without a fight.
Got it.
Oh. Yeah, $1.50. Yeah, you get a 150 silver. You actually get it too. Totally worth it.
Well, there it is. Lothering. Pretty as a painting.
Ah, so you have finally decided to rejoin us, have you? Falling on your
Yeah,
blade
all
in
right.
grief
I mean,
seemed
that's-
like too much
that's
trouble, I
cool.
take it.
Is my being upset so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important
Appreciate
to you?
it. Is it
What would you do if your mother died?
is it Origins? Just
Before or after I stopped laughing?
Right.
Hardcore
very
Origins
creepy.
fan?
Forget I asked.
His navel, I suspect.
his
He
navel.
certainly has been contemplating it for long enough.
He's been staring at his navel
I
for
get
so long.
it.
I guess he
this
wants
is
to
the
talk
part
about
where
that.
we're shocked to discover how you've never had a friend your entire life.
That's messed up.
I can be friendly when I desire
That's
to.
just wrong.
Alas, desiring to be more intelligent does not make it so.
Anyway, I thought we should talk about where we intend to go first.
You know, just for shits and giggles, we've been talking about this for Oh, no shit? Oh, hold on. I'd go look. It notifies me, but like, it's just like every blue moon. Like, I've gone and found comments that were like 10 years old on a video that I never, honestly never saw. It never told me there was one. And I mean, you can't search through thousands of videos every day to see if there's a new, I mean, it's supposed to notify you. It doesn't always, or maybe it just cherry picks a couple and then, you know, I don't know. I really can't tell you how the system works or whatever. Or it might tell me later. Hell, it might tell me like somewhere like way down the road or something. Usually it's like when it happens though. Usually, if there's a comment or something. Oh, okay. If I see comments, if there's like nothing to say to it type thing, you know, like I can't think of any way like to respond. I usually like thumbs up type thing, and I don't think YouTube tells you who thumbs up your stuff. So I think it used to back in the day. It would let you know such and such liked your comment type of thing. You know, a bit like Twitter does. You know, I think YouTube actually used to be like that for some time, but I don't think it does that anymore. It'll let you know when somebody comments on a comment type thing, but still, you know, I don't know. But I might get a comment on a video that's actually 10 years old. The comment was like, say today, but the video was like 10 years old or something. I do still get those sometimes. It's kind of cool because it at least shows that people are interested in what I consider good games. You know, there's lots of good games. These are the ones I consider good games. These are the ones that I was passionate about. You know, there's something that you enjoy playing for a while, and then there's shit you're passionate about. that you'll return to, that you actually want to talk about. When you meet other people who are really passionate about the game, now all of a sudden you got shit to talk about. You've probably made a new friend. Those types of games. So that's what I always premiered on the channel. And got kind of a little away from that a little bit. No, it's not fair to say I got away from it, but like with Fallout 4 and Inquisition, for example, those games got away from what I was passionate about. But I still tried real hard to be passionate about them. You know, I tried to really just see any silver lining and really put on rose-colored glasses. And, you know, it took a while to see it for what it was. And then once you did, it was just really depressing. It's like a reality that you don't want to admit. It's like the truth that you don't want to accept, you know, is that, well, these games are, you know, they murdered them. Same people who were responsible for making the games literally intentionally murdered them. And, you know, if that's their mindset, that's what they're going to do. And that's sad because now all of a sudden the games aren't worth a shit anymore. And it just sucks. So, you know, like, that was pretty bad. That's why the channel pretty much fell off after that. You know, maybe, you know, now it's just really any live streams. I try to make sure those are posted. I even posted some from Twitch over the years. You know, when a stream would go pretty well or it was like something interesting, you know, posted some shorts. Some little short stuff, mostly Dragon Age 2 stuff, quick fights. You know, the areas that I believe are problem areas in Dragon Age 2. You know, if you can deal with them handily, then it's good to post. Then somebody might respond and, you know, say something like, you know, what build are you using or, you know, whatever. And then you can get, you know, then you can get into a discussion, right? Most of those discussions happen on stream, but the idea was, you know, if you do something, and somebody maybe struggles with a particular boss or a particular area or particular difficulty or class or whatever, you know, then you know, you have something to talk about. It's video games. I mean, that's just, you know, anyway, I don't know. I'm sure I've never, ever handled the whole let's play video game stuff, streaming and or content creating stuff. I'm sure I've never ever handled it well, but I can say I've always done it myself for whatever that's worth, and it is what it is. So I'll just say I mean, that's cool, I guess. That's at least something.
Well, we'll need to decide eventually. Let's head into the village when you're ready.
Yeah, right. For you. I guess if you're playing a dwarf, he actually is, right? All right, James, what's up, man? Huh.
So let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your mother.
There's
nothing to talk about.
That was a long time ago.
Isn't your
That's
mother
been quite a while.
scary witch who lives in the
I
middle
appreciate
of
you
the forest?
hanging out and stuff and,
Much more
you know,
interesting.
To you, perhaps.
digging this
You would
type of
find
thing.
the moss
I mean,
growing
that's...
upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates, mages outside of the tower. That's illegal, you know.
You did not read that in a book somewhere, did you? I hope the small letters did not strain you overmuch.
Oh, we could not talk about your mother. That works for me.
No, it's kind of, it's awesome to see when you see like people that go viral, right? You all know, you know, the big name content creators, and then they take on kind of an internet celebrity status. Well, not kind of, it's an internet celebrity status. And, you know, then just posting anything just basically just makes them money, and now they can just exist off that as long as they exploit a particular thing. You know, just a particular line of thinking, a particular whatever, you know, saying things a certain way, catching certain stuff, and then riding the wave, you know, and it really seems like profiting in a major way without any real work, just either a lucky break or a little bit of creativity in the right spot, and eventually just getting taken care of from that point on. lazy lifestyle that I think anybody would envy. Yeah, true enough, but
You there. If you're looking for safe shelter,
massive
I'll
popularity all at
warn you, there's none
once.
to be found.
I don't know. Where are those people to be found when that person isn't cool anymore 6 months from now? You know? So it is kind of cool to have done something and tried to be, at least speaking for myself, trying to be at least consistent with it. True to it, if you will. True to it, I think, is the term. At least trying to be. And not going out of my bounds. Now, maybe I had too many boundaries and my bounds are too tight, and that's why it never, like, you know, was successful, I guess, you type of thing. After, you know, it's like, dude, why do you even stream now? It's, you know, it's been fucking years and years and years, and because it's video games, and wasn't that really the point of sharing the video games in the first place? Having platforms to do it, you know, streaming places and YouTube and stuff like that, you know, videos and streams and all this cool stuff. I mean, wasn't that the original, like, purpose? Or was the agenda always to get hype and exploit people as if they're the merchandise, right? They're just to be farmed for their money while you put out artificial, fake-ass fucking purple-haired content. I mean, obviously that was never going to be me or anything that I even have any interest in. I don't watch shit like that, and I'm certainly not going to do shit like that. If that's old-fashioned or this or that, I don't care. And I guess I'm just not drawing that kind of audience. And honestly, if I did something to draw that kind of audience, I could not keep them, because I would offend them. Probably on the first day. If not, definitely by the second. Because, well, truth and not being fake and actually having something to say and actually being, you know, committed to a particular thing in reality, not just all that fake bullshit. Yeah, you're going to draw away fake people that are just drawn to that shit like flies to shit, you know. And so I'm glad I don't have any of those people here. Every once in a while, somebody will come and say, "Oh man, it's been a long time," and then say something really nice and encouraging and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, personally, I say I'd appreciate that more than a million people following me for a month. You know, and throwing me up on a mountaintop for a second and then getting dropped off and realizing it didn't. I mean, yeah. I mean, in the long run, that doesn't really have any value. Not going to take any of that shit with me anyway, right? But what I will take is actually
everyone in Lothering is
spending time sometimes with real people over, you know, stuff that we have a common interest in, and talking about real shit that maybe you can't really talk about elsewhere. The internet's pretty shut off to anything that's real. I mean, real. Not the made-up woke real these days, but real. It's kind of hard to find it. It really kind of is. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm still living, still breathing, so whatever we're doing must be working. Right? So, I mean, that's kind of cool. And, you know, somebody from 5-10 years ago. James, how long has it been? 13 years now? I think. Yeah, something like that. You know, stuff like that. I wouldn't trade that for anything. I really wouldn't. If somebody said, "We'll give you 1 million follows and you can make $1,000 a week," free and clear, just doing what you do. But you gotta get rid of your channel and you gotta get rid of your people. I'd tell them no, not $1,000 a week, because these guys can make $1,000 in an hour. So I'd say 10K a month. 10K a month. If somebody gave a reasonable streamer, bottom line conservative streamer salary of, say, 10K a month, and said, but you got to get rid of your shit and do this, and you know, abandon your channel and your community and just go completely different, I'd say no. I literally would say no. I honestly, that's obviously not going to happen, so it's an easy thing to say. Let's just say that I would do the moral thing in a particular situation that's never going to happen. Now, if it happened, I would say no. Sorry, man. Can't do it. So, integrity is everything. So I'll at least say that. Yeah, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. Just saying that I think longevity says something. And if some of you guys have been around 5, 6, 8, 10 years, and coming back even years later, even if you hadn't, like, you know, attended every stream or done this or that or donated a bunch of stuff or done a bunch of this or that, just coming back around and saying, oh, wow, well, this is cool. And you're still around, and now we're playing this shit again, and, well, that's cool. I'll hang out for a while. Yeah, a week later, life will happen, and I might not see you again for another 5 years. But if we're still doing the exact same shit, or at least doing shit in the exact same way 5 years from now, that's cool, right? You know what to expect. And I don't think there's any, I think everything's right about that, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I'll stand on that personally.
I have the right to charge what I wish.
You profit from their misfortune. I should have the Templars give away everything in your carts.
You wouldn't dare. Any of you step too close to my goods and I'll...
It's so nice to see everyone working together in a crisis. Warms the heart.
Oh, you there. You look able. Would you care to make a tiny profit helping a beleaguered businessman?
Nostalgic shit. Nostalgic. Back in the day. I would have actually done that. That particular Let's Play, that's the one I struggled with the most. Because, and I can say even to this day, there's just that nostalgic thing, that little spot there where no other video game can really touch that. It's just got this special something. Memories go along with it. You know, where you were at in life. Shit that was going on. And if you spent that much time and that much passion in a video game, you were either escaping something or you were looking for something, right? And that game just scratched an itch that, you know, just other games didn't. The only thing really, really close to that particular itch that it scratched was Fallout 3. No doubt there. It was made by the same people. Like, I mean, literally, basically the exact same studio. It's like, well, let's do Oblivion with guns. I mean, that's what Mass Effect is, right? Dragon Age with guns. Or vice versa, whatever. But, I mean, technically, that's really it. And that's fine. Call it what you want, because it was, even though it followed the same logic, the path of development was along the same logic, it was a completely unique and refreshing, isolated experience. Apart from, so it was, I could enjoy something with the same passion equally, which was probably the biggest factor of Fallout 3 and Oblivion with me, is they ran hand in hand. They were different but the same, and one could, assuming that it scratched that particular itch, one could equally enjoy both, differently but also the same. And I thought that was just magnificent. Like, there was just the immersive quality of playing in the game that was just, I remember at that time that was really, really fresh. You know, this was what, 06 and 08? Pretty sure it was 06 and 08, and I'm pretty sure Origins and Mass Effect were 08 and 09. Maybe Mass Effect was 06 or 07. I don't really remember. I believe Origins was 09, but it had been in development for damn near a decade. I believe Mass Effect was first. If I'm not mistaken, Mass Effect 1 was first, I think. Or it was at the same time. But really, I mean, yeah, really Bethesda and BioWare were like doing essentially the same thing at the same time. Launching two genres that were essentially the same genre. They were parallel, but they were unique. And for the first two installments, you know, I think when everything just started to go to shit was with Skyrim. That's when everything, well, Skyrim was their biggest, obviously, if you want to look at sales and, you know, player interaction with a particular game, you'd say Skyrim trumps everything by 10,000. But it was literally the nail in the coffin for Bethesda, because they got away from everything that they did right. They abandoned basically all of it. And they showed that in Fallout. Fallout 4 is a symptom of the disease that is Skyrim. Just think about that for a second. You don't have to agree with it, but just think about it for a second. Fallout 4, what happened there is a symptom of the disease that is Skyrim. And the disease that Skyrim had is fatal to Bethesda as a studio. Fatal. What's a symptom of a fatal disease? Death. Dead. Killing things. Corruption. Like instant cancer. Instant stage 37 cancer. Instant. Death. That's what you got. And BioWare followed suit. Hardcore followed suit. With Inquisition. And then you got to wait 30 more years for another, well, not 30, but you got to wait forever for another installment that has nothing to do with Dragon Age whatsoever. You know, and fuck Mass Effect, right? Even though Andromeda was a good game, it wasn't a Mass Effect game, and that got destroyed from the start. It had no chance for any kind of economic, financial success whatsoever. It had no chance. It was destroyed before it was ever released. And then when it was released, it was a joke. And visually, it actually really was a joke. Still, if I was EA, I would actually file suit on all the developers in BioWare and made sure they never worked on video games anywhere else ever again. The key developers responsible for like the writing and development of all the different scenarios, going all the way down to like, you know, what is it called? CGI, computer graphic, you know, like facial animations and just the animations and the stuff. Oh man, they should be sued by EA. I know EA are a bunch of sharks and they're pretty much responsible for all that shit anyway. I get it, but no, the studio developed that game and they sabotaged it. And it was specific people within that studio that were responsible for certain things that sabotaged that shit on purpose. What they got out of it, I think they were just mad because Hillary didn't win at the time. Honestly. But regardless, that's kind of what happened. Anyway. But going back to the Let's Plays and stuff, it was as much enjoying talking about all the facets of the game that I personally felt were not only important, but like touched me in a certain way, or I just thought were cool, or whatever. Like, oh, isn't this amazing? Oh man, that's really cool over here. And man, did you know if you did this, then this happens? And then if it took you a long time to figure it out, you would assume somebody else probably had trouble figuring that out too. So you share how you get to the point where you can figure that out, you know, and that type of stuff. I mean, just the basic sitting on a couch with your friggin' homies, eating Taco Bell and drinking Mountain Dew and shit, and, you know, gaming stuff, and always really wanted to treat everything like that. Even the streams. It's like, dude, you've been playing the game for 20 minutes and you haven't played the game. Oh, we're talking about stuff. Well, shut the fuck up and play. I'm like, you're probably on the wrong stream, bro.
I'm not the only one with some business sense.
He is charging
Probably on the wrong stream, right?
For things people
And on my Let's Plays, you're probably on the wrong video.
Blood is filling his pockets.
Might have a 60-minute
His only
rant.
survival of the
That might be the whole video.
All of these
All right,
cretins
cool.
would do the same in
Something
his
brought it
shoes.
up. I felt it
Given
needed to
the
be said.
chance.
If it didn't,
I have limited
ignore it.
supplies.
Click off
The
that
people
shit.
decide
Go somewhere
what those
else.
supplies are worth to them.
Don't want to see you go, but if you have to go,
Your
that's
wares
fine.
From these very people last week. Now they flee for their lives.
Instead of being
And you want
terrified
to
that I
talk
might lose
business?
metadata,
Look,
viewer
stranger,
count, and
I've
all
100
that
silvers
shit.
if you
And
drive this rabble off.
I would
starting
hate
with
that to drive
price.
my.
I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
I would hate that to drive what I do. Well, you're not going to make any money unless you do that. Well, then guess what? Over 10 years later, still hadn't made no money. So yeah, okay, whatever, and still streaming. I would like to see how many of these streamers, if they weren't making any money, would still be streaming. I would like to see that stat. If they didn't have any success in the first 2, 3 months, 6 months, year, 2 years, 5 years, what would they be doing right now? And how many of their, what would you say, subscribers or followers or whatever you want to call it? I just say people, because people are people. You're not a sub, you're a person. But that always disgusted me. I need more subs. No, these are fucking people, asshole. who are spending their time with you, and you should feel that's a privilege, but you feel you're privileging them by giving them shitty ass content and treating them like, I don't know, some kind of, I hate that. Never liked the term. So subscriber is not what you are. Subscriber is something you do. Here it happens to be free. Never saw the harm in doing that. Now they got the notification bell, so if you subscribe to somebody but never ever want to return to their channel because you found what you were looking for and they have nothing else to offer you, well, you don't have to turn on the notifications. You can just subscribe and support that person for giving you that one thing you were looking for and never ever come back. We've all done that on probably a million different YouTube channels. Looking for a particular thing, cool, gave it a like, gave it a subscribe. I don't know, maybe some of you guys even, donated to some of those channels and stuff. Okay, cool. And then never went back again. That happens. That's fine. I figure if you're doing something almost every day, all the time, over time, well, then those people might return and even want to chat about something, even if they're mad at you. Like, okay, this is cool, but I just wish that you shut the fuck up about that. And I'll be like, well, nope, that's what I talk about. Or I'll be like, yeah, you're probably right. I probably blabbed a little bit too much about something. Well, maybe I was half drunk. Or maybe I was mad about something. Or maybe you walked in halfway through the conversation and didn't see what started it. Or this or that. But guess what? Now you have contact. Now you have communication. Now you have talking. Even if it's argumentative sometimes. That's what being alive around other people is like, right? Oh well. I don't know. Anyway, still just try to keep it the same as it always was. Taco Bell and Mountain Dew, that's some gaming shit right there. Dude, Taco Bell was genius in that. Is they captured the whole Taco Bell Mountain Dew thing. There's got to be some people working at whoever owns Taco Bell now and, the Mountain Dew people, which I guess is Pepsi, right? Mountain Dew is Pepsi? Pretty sure Mountain Dew is Pepsi. I'm going to give a shout out to the Fat Electrician. I can post the video, but it's easy to find. It's basically the history of Coca-Cola. Fat Electrician does basically Coca-Cola. And the whole Pepsi war that came up, it really, really, really came to the forefront, I want to say around the 80s. Like really, like a hard drive. And Pepsi was genius. I'll just paraphrase, but I'd honestly go watch that video. That video is fascinating. In my opinion, it's fascinating. Like, there's some really cool shit. I mean, it goes all the way back through World War I and World War II and shit. And it's, like, intricately involved in all of that, too. So, you just got to go look at it. It starts with Coca-Cola, but Pepsi is to Coca-Cola what Jack in the Box is to McDonald's. That's not a really bad comparison. In fact, no, they both serve Coke. I was gonna say, man, that would have probably been a better buy for Pepsi than Pizza Hut. But apparently Pepsi said nobody wants to drink our drink, so we're just gonna go buy some famous food franchises. And we're only going to sell Pepsi there. So we're going to make them buy Pepsi just to get our fucking pizza and our tacos and shit, right? And our really, really bad, non-authentic in any way, shape, or form Mexican food, right? So they went and bought Taco Bell. They went and bought Pizza Hut. And I want to say they bought somebody else. They literally bought them just to sell Pepsi. Dude, it's fantastic. It's an amazing video. Fat Electrician, just go look at it. I strongly recommend it. It's dude, I don't think that dude's ever put out anything that I didn't think was interesting, even if it was about some shit that I'm not interested in. Like, if that dude was my history teacher, I would have done a lot better in school. If the Fat Electrician was literally my history teacher, that'd have been the coolest, most gangster fucking teacher in the history of ever. Which is kind of what he is. He's kind of like a history teacher. But he makes it interesting. Probably the only way he could find it interesting, and then said, that is actually pretty badass. So let me just share it because it's badass. I can respect that 100% of the time. And he got popular for it. He just did it the right way. He followed the formula. I never personally followed the formula. I made up my own. Didn't work, but whatever. Can't fault me for trying, right? Is it my favorite YouTube channel? I mean, for that type of stuff, absolutely. When you want to hear stories or you want to hear just about cool shit, it's just the way he tells it, and he's like just real about it. And he tells like old, really important, and even like patriotic and or meaningful stuff in a common man's language, like in a way that everybody can understand nowadays, but with the integrity and passion, you know, that somebody that really wants to get the story right about some, you know, really cool shit, you know. Now, if you hate what he loves, then you're probably not going to want to hear anything he has to say. That's your choice. That's fine. But in my opinion, he's my favorite at doing that, 100%. There's lots of story type channels that'll tell you everything from horror stories to historical stuff. Look, when your channel is getting reaction videos because people don't have any content, but they want to parasite off of your fame. Do y'all remember when there were like a million different channels doing reaction videos to Tom McDonald because he made his own way? Fat Electrician's kind of like that. And everybody else that wants to do that type of content, but they don't have any content or any creativity of their own, they do reaction videos to the Fat Electrician. That is the greatest form of flattery on YouTube. Somebody doing a reaction video to one of your videos. That means they realize that you've got it, they don't. And so they just have to use you for, you know, a little bit of YouTube traffic. True story, right? Lots of people do reaction videos to Fat Electrician shit, so I'm not alone in this. Anyway.
You would actually do the bidding of this evil little man.
No, that's what, yeah, exactly. Lionel, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, it just, things would have just been something else. Would they have wound up the same? Maybe. But it would have gone a completely different direction to get there. Instead of taking I-10, I would have been on, like, you know, I-59 or, you know, I-45 instead of I-10. Might have got to the same place, but it would have been in a completely different way. Probably a lot more pleasant scenery along the way, too. Made my share of mistakes, but, yeah. History was my most hated class in school because I felt they were lying to me, and I had no idea that they actually were lying to me about literally everything. Everything had an agenda, a spin, a political. I didn't know it was a setup for what you see today. You know, this stuff has been slowly. Back then, the garage door, the windows, and the roof wasn't off the house, and the garage doors, the front door, and the windows weren't kicked wide open like it is today. They were just creeping up the garage door and inching open the front door and looking in through the windows when I was that age in school. Now everything's just wide open. Now they're just convincing little underage boys and girls to mutilate their genitals and just decide to be something that they're not, which is the opposite of telling a child to be what they can be. No, it's just now it's complete satanic perversion. Now the doors are wide open. They were just being inched open back then. Now the roof's off the house. In fact, I don't even think there's any walls anymore. I don't even think there's a foundation. I think it's just fucking desert now, where the house used to be. And now just anything goes.
Fine. May your heartlessness bring you exactly what you deserve.
And that dude been a history teacher back in the day.
I've ever heard one.
I listened to anything he said.
I bet you make
I've gone and studied it too, just to fact check him.
Serve that wench right.
I wasn't a stupid kid. I was just really disinterested, and I knew when I was being scammed. At least I had an idea.
Right, fair enough.
Not that I was smart about it, but at least I was right in that. Wrong in everything else, but I was right in that.
This way. And beware the urchins. They have grabby little hands.
Grabby little hands. The way you said that. Grabby little hands. I need something with a rune slot in it. Is what I'm looking for. So we can sell what we got though. See, I've got some stuff here that's for Liliana. Those are better boots, but I definitely want that. I think I want to buy these. I know I need these for something. I need them for something. I don't remember what it was. I do need them for something. I need a concentration agent too. Just one. Eventually, for something. Don't remember what it is, but I need it for... I think it's for the Kingslayer poison. And Orzammar, like, much, much later in the game, but... Still. Might as well have it. We should have Morgan with us by then, too, doing her blood magic-y shit. I just made, like, almost 7 sovereigns off that, too. Now, let's get a rune slot. See, really needed a rune slot right there. Yeah, it's you're only going to get a rune slot with a steel or better. It's not going to show up on anything else. Oh, well. No luck. But we can come back to this dude and, health potion, I've already got that. Okay. I got to be on back. Skills, but Liliana does.
It is done.
Might still find some stuff we can use too.
I'll defend the palace!
I think the only way I can get a point of strength, I think there's a belt. I think Bodan might sell it. If Bodan doesn't sell it, then that merchant who sells you the skill book, Fine Dwarven Goods, that guy. He's like a random ambush guy. If we get lucky, he might sell it, but it gives you +1 strength. Great for equipping armor, because right now I'm stuck with rough stuff. I'm stuck with it. Liliana will be able to wear it, though. I just don't want to put any points into strength. I shouldn't have to.
Your king is dead. There is no hope. The legions of evil are on your doorstep.
They made this dude intentionally
upon our hearts.
caustic.
There is nowhere to run.
Hey, Sandra Grouse. Hey, I just saw that. I don't know if it announced it. If it did, I didn't hear it. I was probably running my mouth, though. Anyway, thanks for subscribing. Like I say, it's free.
Hands. There! One of their minions is already amongst us! This woman bears their evil stench! Can you not see the vile blackness that fills her?
Please stop! Somebody shut his mouth!
But isn't he right? The ban left us. We're going to die.
This minion is but the first of those who will destroy us!
So the bandits here that have chased off the ban are actually hired low-gain thugs too? You're just not supposed to know that right now, but...
No! Do not touch me! You bring evil and destruction! It is the end!
He was right, wasn't he? There's no hope for us.
Muster your courage.
You're right. We can't give up.
But we can't fight. What are we supposed to do?
We can't lie down and die either. We must go north to Denerim.
You're either going to go down lying down, or you're going to go down fighting. Might as well at least try to fight. I mean, it seems... Seems common sense to me. All right, let's see. I can make some of this shit here. Hold on. Okay, I don't have anything for that. Nice.
I have a wonder, Alistair, if you will.
Oh, what I was going to say earlier is,
I have a choice?
I wonder if this is the time when we should do the max level. Max level, in Lothering.
I find it curious that you allow another to lead while you follow.
Starting right here.
Curious, do you?
In fact,
have you guys ever
done
done
it? Is this the policy of the Grey Wardens, or simply a personal one?
What do you want to hear? That I prefer to... Just how smart are Mabari supposed to be, anyway? Do you think they understand everything we say?
Rough.
Oh, is that so? You could just be listening to the tone of my voice. You could be an utter moron for all we know. Hey now. There's nothing saying that a moron can't be cute and adorable. Who's the cute and adorable puppy? Ignorance is bliss, isn't it? That's what the Chantry kept telling me anyhow.
Okay, so it takes a while. We'd have to work at it. It doesn't take forever. Probably be at it for about an hour, I guess. I don't know. Maybe not. I know where to go and I know what to do, so it's easy. Now it's still here, and I'm not doing anything sketchy. I'm literally if this is a glitch, it's the most obviously in the game on purpose glitch that ever existed in the history of ever. This basically allows you to start the game now with unlimited money, with the game completely maxed out, meaning the game scales with you. So the game's going to be max difficulty too, every single thing you do. So if your build sucks, you're going, it's bad. But it's doable. I'd probably strongly suggest doing it the last thing here. Don't know that there's enough gear available to give everybody. Gear isn't that important, though. if you create a good build,
That
but
about wraps it up.
here's what you do: is this girl wants to buy traps, and she'll buy as many traps as you have. If you have 3 million traps, she will buy all 3 million traps at 50 silvers for a set of 3. So you could get 50 silvers times a million. If you sold her 1 million different sets of traps, which would be 3 million traps, you would have 500,000 gold or something. I get, and all the XP that goes with it, because each time you turn it in, it's XP as well. It's the experience of dealing with a person, and it's selling them what they're asking for. And so the guy over there in the tavern, he sells unlimited, what is it? Metal shards? It's the thing I just made the spring traps with. This is what she buys. Trap triggers. It takes, okay, it's a trap trigger, but the ingredients, okay. They're made with, what you call it? Metal shards. Or wait, no. Maybe it's literally trap triggers. Anyway, whatever. He sells them by the stack. So, if we decided to do this, I could show you what I'm talking about. And we could probably clear a lot of this stuff and just probably clear out this area and then go to camp. But you still gotta fight the darkspawn when you get your dog. No, we already did that. No, you can just go straight to camp. When you get to camp, you can buy some basic shit for yourself. Honestly, now if you leveled up and then went and talked to the merchants again, it's possible they might sell you something that's like Dragon Bone, something that you could actually sort of play with. Because even once you get to camp, you get the Veshial for Alistair. There's no daggers for you. There wouldn't be any daggers. There's a staff or two. There's obviously like the Spellbreaker, which you would give that to probably Alistair as well. Then you give the other Spellbreaker to yourself. I would keep it for myself on this one. And then the cool part about it is if you max level, if you go ahead and hit, I think it's level 35 if you got all the DLC, which we do. All the enemies are level 35, but everybody's maxed out. Like you're not going to level anymore in the game. But you're going to have like lots of gold. And if you need to make any more gold, it's really, really easy. Because by then, Morrigan will have all the things she needs for max herbalism, so she can make potent lyrium potions if she wants to. And that's unlimited money in the game. That is literally an economic thing in the game. It takes a long time to do, but you can do it. It takes even longer than hitting max level here. Because you got to go get an ingredient here and get an ingredient there and then make all that shit. And then get enough money to go buy enough ingredients to make stacks and stacks and stacks. Then sell them. Then get stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks. And then sell them. You know, and you basically spend an entire day doing mercantile shit. There's that. What's going to happen here is we're literally going to hit 35. That means we'll have 35 points and 35 levels worth of attributes to distribute. You'll see exactly where you would be if you were 35. And there's still talent tomes and attribute tomes to be had in the game. So you'll still collect probably about 7 more attribute points and probably at least 3 or 4 more talents is what you would actually get. You wouldn't need them. 35 talent points, you don't really need to spend but like 25 of them. So there's that. And the only downside, it's not a downside, The only caveat here is if you wanted to play like Awakening, all your talent points would be spent. You'd already be level 35. So like literally everything's been spent because once you get 35 talent points, you need to go spend them. Unless you like sold traps until you got to like level 30 and then leveled like 5 more times and just saved it and just didn't even spend those levels for a while. Then you could theoretically, I guess, go into a DLC. There would be a way to manage that, I guess. I really wouldn't worry about that shit. But what you would get is Morgan would get her blood magic here if you've got it unlocked. If you don't have blood magic unlocked and you want to make Morgan a blood mage, sorry, you got to go get that. Got to go get that skill. And you can't come back to Lothering after this to come do this again. Like you either hit max level now and play the rest of the game like it and see what it plays like, or you don't. And if you just want to kind of half-ass just level a few times like that, I mean, that's your choice. I guess you could do that. It's 100% legit. It's not a glitch. It's not a cheat. Now, there was 3 opportunities to do this in Dragon Age 2, and they took them all out. But they never took them out of Origins. Everyone backtracked on that. So this was apparently part of the economy leveling thing here. There's also a thing with the Darkspawn blood with what's his face? The Wardens, but that seemed pretty glitchy to me. Like you had to like go get some and then come back, but not have finished it, and then do some shit. And I'm like, the game probably didn't intend for you to do that, but they never passed that out either. That you level. This you get levels and money. Once you turn in 100 stacks or 1,000 stacks or however many you have to actually turn in traps to this lady, once you hit level 35, I don't know how many you actually have to turn in to get there, but you're getting the silver each time along with it. So there's that. We don't have to do that. We could just build it just the regular way, but it's kind of fun. You know what? Okay, let's say we don't do it here. I would still strongly recommend you try it one time and see how it's like, oh my god, I'm going to be max level, I'm super OP, which, I mean, you probably will be if you know how to build a character and build a party and do your tactics and stuff. But on the same token, man, there's some things that pop up that you're not ready for. And it's going to be like, oh my god, this is what it's like to have level 2 shit against level 35 enemies and the damage they're actually going to do and stuff like that. But, you know, especially also walking out of here, you still don't have a healer. You still got to make your way somehow to the circle tower through ambushes that are all level 35. You better hope you have something to fight with without a healer. There's that to consider too. So it's not a cakewalk. And honestly, the game scales with you. The only time where it just basically just becomes stupid and ridiculous is the end of the game. When you start going towards Denerim, and that's no matter how you play. If you've built a good party going towards Denerim, you are literally one-shotting every Darkspawn and like 2-shotting and 3-shotting every ogre. If you're not, then there's something wrong with your build. Because you should be destroying that shit. So, anyway, I mean, I could put it up for a vote. I could ask you guys if you want to do it. I'm asking you, do you guys want to do it? Just to do it? Oh, we can't do it in Dragon Age 2. I don't know. Don't really care if there's a way to do it in Inquisition. That doesn't even matter to me. Inquisition has a pattern build. If there's a way to do it like at the very, very beginning, but you got war table stuff and you got all this other shit, and you can pick a trial where the entire game scales to you. So if you could find a way to hit level, I don't know what the hard cap is in Inquisition. I think the soft cap is right at 30. So the hard cap is probably 50. I don't know there's a way to legitimately get there, and if you did, I don't know that it wouldn't completely break the game, because I don't know if the enemies even can scale like that in Inquisition. Have no idea. Never heard of any way to just level glitch or anything. But I mean, yeah, something to do. But it's going to take a while to do it, though. Well, here, for right now.
You got a bed for the night. You taken care of. Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sots. I don't suppose you know anything of tonics, medicines, or herbs.
Max level is 27. I think it's 27 to 30 soft cap. But if there was some way to, like, cheat, but I mean, they kind of removed any opportunity to do that in diminishing returns. Like, if you found, like, a place to go, like, farm some XP, that only counts for, like, a level or two until you're only getting 1 XP per whatever it is you're doing. Like, say, an enemy that you're killing. Like, you can one-shot, like, multiple enemies and get some XP, and, yeah, it works once or twice, but then, I mean, you could technically, if you had the enemy scaling, you could do that, leave, come back, if it's a respawning enemy. But even then, I think, at least 99% of the time, you have to wait so many days for those enemies to come back. So, yeah, they didn't really leave an opportunity, which I respect that. I like that they had a system in place where there wasn't, you know, but they left so many cheats and exploits and fucking glitches and bullshit in there, and the game was full of it. But at least the formula, you know, the foundation that they laid, at least it was pretty legit to prevent exploits like that, whatever. But honestly, at the end of the day, it didn't matter one way or the other. Didn't really matter what level you were, and none of that really mattered.
Then you may be able to do us a lot of good. All manner of
troubles. Is it 27 like
we do
straight
our
up
best,
like
but we're out of
hard
supplies.
cap? Like ceiling is 27?
Herbs in the woods to the north.
It's 35 here, 50 in Dragon Age 2.
Scrape together some
I created a level 50 character once. When you can still do that. Okay, that shit was hella fun. I'm not gonna lie, it was friggin' amazing. Because every enemy had a health bar that was bigger than your screen, than your game monitor. It was literally bigger. Like, if you ran into an assassin, that assassin you could move them all the way to the left side of your screen, and their health bar went beyond the right side of your screen. Here's your screen. Their health bar was this long. I am not kidding. Dude, I am not kidding. Dude, it was hilarious. It was absolutely fantastic. And you had to manage the game like that. And once you got some stuff, like you were going and buying some grayed out bullshit tier 1 level garbage from the merchants that had, like, you know, 82 damage. Dude, that's insane. You know, I'm just making up a number. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was ridiculous. Like, the strongest item in the game was like 40. You're just buying trash from merchants that does, like, you know, 70 or 80. Dude, you were literally like the basically soft hard cap. If you did all the DLC and had all the DLC items that gave you extra XP and did everything, it's like, supposedly it's 32. If you squeezed every single point of XP and you did absolutely everything in Dragon Age 2, with all the DLC included and all the items you could possibly buy and all the just anything you could possibly do, it was still like 31 or 32, right? Imagine everything being at 50. At basically, essentially, the beginning of the game. Oh, it was awesome. It was like you were playing the demo for the rest of the game. You were playing the demo. Like, you ran... I mean, like, I believe... I don't think any of the attributes went above 99. I don't remember if they did or not. But you were reading, like... You were reaching, like, capacity on shit. Like, the game couldn't calculate any shit. Couldn't calculate anything anymore. Dude, it was fantastic. 791,384. I mean, it's probably theoretically doable, right? But I think the highest level character I made, I believe, was 24, 25, and I did all the DLC. I didn't do any, like, farming, you know, specifically for leveling, but it was literally like doing everything. and having to redo a lot of areas and doing stuff. And I believe I had the enemy scaling thing on too, and it was still, I believe it was 25, and that was like at the end of Trespasser, having done all the side stuff. And it was, God, it was like a 200-hour character. I mean, it was, yeah. I'm not saying I did every single thing in the game, but I did a lot. I did a lot. I'm gonna go refill. I'm back. It's one more incentive that I have to throw out there. This might tip the scales. It's tipping the scales with me now that I think about it. Is we get Morrigan as Blood Mage right out the chute. We get her coming out of the wilds as the helper. It's really kind of the entire purpose, at least replaying Origins with this class. Morrigan is Meryl is Dorian. That's kind of how it kind of ladders through the 3 games. Morrigan jumped straight into doing the blood magey shit here. All we'd really be doing is collecting equipment for the first few things, but by the time, I would say by the time we get to the circle, it's playable. But remember, at level 35, our dex is going to be, I don't know, something like 120 or some shit like that. It's going to be stupid. Oh, remember, we're also going to get attribute points from the circle tower when we get there. Can you imagine what the fate is going to be like at level 35 when we're in there by ourselves? That's kind of crazy. I don't know. I mean, there may be a cap where the game just stops scaling enemies too. It might be like around level 20, 25. It may be like too easy. But honestly, I've been through the Fate 1,000 times, and I've done it with every class at least 300 times a piece, so it's not that big of a deal. If something's a little bit easier here and there, that's fine. But I guarantee you some other shit's going to be... It's going to be what it's supposed to be. I would think. Anyway, I don't know. Are y'all up for that? We've just been talking about doing it for months now. Like, one day we need to do a max level, just coming out of Lothering and just play the entire game at level 35. Like, the whole thing. Like, literally, I mean, like, this is still tutorial. This is still Morrigan introducing us to our first village with merchants. Like, this is still tutorial. Right? Anyway, so, I mean, a couple of you guys said, let's check it out. I mean, we can do it. We just got to commit to doing it. Because if I start building XP and gold, we're just going to do it now. I'm just saying we can. I'm just saying it's a thing here. It's always been in the game. It's still in the game. It's not even a glitch. We're literally just going to just have stuff, and every time we talk to her, she'll buy it. Watch.
Hello, stranger. I don't suppose you know anyone that can make traps. I would happily pay you to make some. There's wood and nails and other goods around the village and the forest. But you probably already know that. Sorry. Come back if you make some. Oh, what a relief. Thank you, stranger.
All right, so 50 silver. Don't know how much XP you get. Really have no idea. But then you come in here. Yeah, there's nothing. There's actually nothing over there. This would be a great spot to hide something. And get Liliana.
Speak to that knight yesterday.
We get to kick some ass here real quick.
Look what we have here, then. I think we've just been blessed.
Uh-oh. Logain's men. This can't be good.
Didn't we spend all morning asking about an elf by this very description, and everyone said they hadn't seen one?
It seems we were lied to.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for trouble. These are no doubt simply more poor souls seeking refuge.
They're more than that. Now stay out of our way, sister. You protect these traitors, you'll get the same as them.
Right, let's make this quick.
I see enemies ahead. All right. I'll get on. Let's see some blood.
Make her preserve us.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Here comes trouble.
It's just wrecking shit. Dude. Morgan is tanking over there.
Good.
They've
learned their lesson and we can all stop fighting now.
No, we don't all stop fighting because you say so. See, this is the woke entitled bitch that tells you exactly what's supposed to happen as long as the evil people get away and the good people feel guilty for doing what they should do to the evil people, which is execute their fucking piece of shit. The world's a better place if you're not in it. Assholes. Execute them. They aim to butcher us. Not just butcher. Intentionally murder us. For all the evil reasons. These are jihadists. Okay? They want to kill you for all the wrong reasons. Yeah, they don't... Yeah, they... Saying that they don't deserve mercy actually validates their existence as if they ever deserved mercy in the first place. No, this is filth. You execute this shit so that actual worthwhile people that actually have value, innocent people raising their families and just trying to go on about their business without evil people doing evil things at the expense of the innocent, okay? So that they might live, you execute a piece of shit like this. It's sad that our real world doesn't understand that basic principle. It used to. Too bad we got away from that. Our civilization is more barbaric now than Rome ever was. Go look at the streets of New York and then call me a liar. I'll tell you to fuck yourself if you do, by the way. Because you know I'm right. Well, you know that's right. Not I'm right, but that's right.
Please wait!
They have surrendered. They were no match for you. Let them be.
Here's the woke rainbow colored hair misguided sympathizer for the devil who tells you as a Christian to just be a pussy.
But they failed, and I do not wish death on anyone.
What do your wishes have to do with what's right and wrong? This cunt is obviously evil in her misguided woke sense of trying to be good. Maybe she's innocently Satan's asshole, but that's what she is. Her reasoning is to not get rid of this blight. These are child molesters, murderers, kidnappers, terrorists, fucking rapists that Loghain sends out to destroy all of Ferelden. And if you get rid of them, guess what? They don't get to do that. If you let them go on their way back to Loghain, they're gonna do a couple more rapes, fuck a few more kids, burn down a few more farmholds, and then go back to Loghain and say, we did a good job, master, didn't we? And they get patted on their head and maybe a dick slapped on their nose and their lips a little bit. That's what they're gonna get if you let them go. And then all those rapes, all those destroyed families, that completely annihilated community, all those children whose lives are destroyed perpetually into the future, and all those parents leaving orphan children behind that are murdered by these fucking thugs, that's your fault for sympathizing with them, you piece of fucking satanic shit. You should be executed for sympathy. We should kill Liliana right now for saying what she's saying. That would be justice. Understand that right is right, and then you've got this shit. You get rid of what's wrong, and then you get more right. That's how that works. Not sympathizing with Satan's asshole and licking his hemorrhoids, hoping they feel better. That's not a good idea. Don't do that. Don't be a dick. Y'all have seen the meme, man. Don't be a dick. I don't even let her give him a final prayer.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
All right, battle it is then. Enough!
I rip you apart!
I apologize for interfering, but I couldn't just sit by and not help.
You know, one time I cussed her out until she finally like gave me a last option to pick her up. She like begs to come into your party like at least like 2 more times. She finally meets you like one last time by the Darkspawn by Bodan, and it's like, seriously, I know I had a vision. I'm fucking batshit crazy. I'm a witch who's not a mage but sympathizes with blood mages and thinks that Satan's a good idea even though I don't know it yet, and I was just trying to be woke and you weren't standing for woke, so let me try to infiltrate your party in another way because my future resurrected Dumat incarnate self is going to need to take control of the Inquisition and thereby be in control of the world, even the Chantry. There's Dragon Age in a nutshell. It does really kind of center around Liliana, actually. In the background, in the shadows, it revolves around Dumat, because he's the one archdemon that was never slain, that was never destroyed, and either reverted or turned into something else, because there were no Grey Wardens in the First Blight. Grey Wardens were created as a result. Grey Wardens are a symptom of the First Blight. There were no Grey Wardens in the First Blight because there had never been a Blight before, and you can only create Grey Wardens with the blood of an archdemon. Apparently, the will of humanity and probably the will of things like Solus and shit like that forced Dumat into the background. But apparently the first blight lasted for centuries. And there's been other blights that lasted for centuries. Some of those other fellow magisters, fellow archons, or whatever, ancient, and I honestly, I think they were elves. I don't think they were humans. I think they were elves. But whatever. I mean, look at Corypheus, who was one of the first priests of Dumat. Look at him. Is he an elf? Well, he's taller than humans. Although an elf is shorter than humans here, interestingly enough. But all that red lyrium covers up his ears, so it's kind of hard to tell. All of his followers, though, wear little cloth headpieces that have elf ears on them. In subservience to what? Dumat. Which is what they all worship, because they're fucking blood mages. So, I mean, put 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. And get 10. It's kind of what you have to do there.
Let me introduce myself. I am Liliana, one of the lay sisters of the Chantry here in Lavering.
Oh, God. Oh, you are not lying. A prequel to that. Now. No, not even a prequel to the First Blight. I mean, yeah, okay, I'm not saying that wouldn't be awesome. That would be awesome. And then a subsequent The First Blight. And all that shit. And how that shit actually got summarized. And then Dumat goes into the background as the Reapers retreating into dark space. Right? Which is, I believe, exactly what happened. I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but that's what happened. And then Dumat still being like a presence and a force. And then you get a third game post First Blight. And now the subsequent Darkspawn that were created because the First Blight happened in the first place. And then that lingering, what the fuck? And then you do like a Dragon Age 8. 8 is actually the biblical number of resurrection, and I'm not trying to give a dude an address at BioWare any fucking hints on how to pervert God's word any more than it already has just by existing the way it does and doing the things that it does and destroying a fucking franchise like Bud Light. Cough, cough. Anyway, but like a Dragon Age 8, where you actually finish this shit and you draw Dumat actually out of wherever Dumat's in hiding, or actually challenge whatever form Dumat is actually taking in the present, and actually finally kick his fucking ass. Like, personally, because you do have wardens now. But I mean, they already took blood magic out of the game, so I say kill Dumat with blood magic by a sympathizing mage that is literally like Malcolm Hawk, forced into the service of blood magic. But they try to just so rainbow fucking, you know, let's do Captain Kangaroo, but now Captain Kangaroo has a dress and he's in drag and he's trying to convince your little boy to get his penis reversed into a vagina. Like, that's all they've got now. So how are they going to create any actual valuable content and carry an actual legitimate game story along while they're putting all this woke fucking Satanism and fucking dog shit fucking destroying your world in with everything that they fucking say and do? Because they're just infected with it. It's literally demonic possession. It's satanic AIDS. So you can't get away from it. How do you hope to ever get anything good out of that, when there's always going to be at least one motherfucker who's going to make sure nobody can have any fun? Always going to be a woke motherfucker in there throwing, I don't know, fucking Krylon on a $200 billion painting. You're always going to have that fucking thing in there that's just, they're not even confused. They haven't lost their grip on reality. They're fucking possessed. They're possessed. This is what The Exorcist actually looks like in real life. Fuck what Hollywood tells you. This is what it actually is. You're actually seeing it. So how are you going to have a good video game with that type of shit, making sure that nothing fun ever happens? Nothing good ever happens. It's always bad. It's always evil. It's always got to be fucked up somehow. That's what we do as people, collectively, especially nowadays. Can you imagine what the future holds for us? Has anybody looked Even 2 blocks down the street from here. Playing a, what? What is this? Almost 18-year-old game? And we're talking about this shit. But it's relevant, right? It's actually a real thing. Video games giving us an object lesson in life and spirituality and all kinds of other shit. And the people that wrote this game are guilty of almost everything we're talking about. So the irony here is they were too stupid to note that their fucking writing condemned themselves. The more real you make it, the more you realize that you being evil is fucking against everything that's good. And so there you go. Condemning themselves in a spiritual court almost 2 decades before it actually happens. No, it's been happening until then, so yeah, I mean, yeah, actually. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. Or you don't. That's fine.
They said you were a Grey Warden.
But yeah, prequel would be awesome. And then the First Blight. And then post First Blight.
I know after what happened, you will need all the help
That'd
you
be
can
awesome.
get. That's why I'm coming along.
That you could orchestrate the writing in such a way as play through in segments the First Blight and then play through the Second Blight and realize there's stuff to come, but get some kind of answer as into how many blights there's actually going to be before they run out of archdemons to actually summon, where Dumat has to come and take care of the shit itself, which it couldn't do the first time, obviously, because you had a second, third, fourth, and fifth blight, which were all ended by the Wardens. The First Blight wasn't. It was stopped, but it wasn't ended. All the subsequent blights are basically an extension of the First Blight, because Dumat is still around. You can actually pray to altars of Dumat and actually get an answer. You experience that in Legacy, DLC, and Dragon Age 2. And Dumat's altars are always active in Inquisition as well. I think they were getting away from the lore because they were leaning towards trying to find a dude in a dress that didn't know. If you don't know if you're a boy or a girl, you certainly don't know if you're a game developer or a sewer maggot. You have no idea what you are. You're confused. So that got in charge of our story, and guess what? We can't have nice things because of those motherfuckers. Once again. Imagine that. Thanks, Satan, Kamala, Joe Biden. Thanks. Appreciate that. Awesome. Obama Nation. Appreciate it. Yeah. Totally sarcastic. Totally. If you didn't exist, the world would be a better place. Yeah.
That and the Maker wants me to go with you.
What a shame. Oh, the Maker's on my side? Oh, okay then.
Then
yeah,
you believe me?
Absolutely.
I knew
hey,
the Maker had
Alistair told me
a vision that
because Alistair's a genius. Alistair told me that any help the Grey Wardens can get
Thank you.
is welcome.
I appreciate being given this chance.
The crazy woke bitch who wanted us to spare the evil people while probably going out and hunting some good people along the way. Not really sure about that. And can't tell a single truth about her past because she's guiltier than any MAGA person ever was in pretty much everything her whore-ass bitch can't close her legs piece of shit fucking self is guilty of in life, and she's totally insecure and guilty about it. So let's project it onto everybody else, blame all the conservatives, and then fantasize about conspiring with evil people to let them make it when you should kill them, and then we can just kill everybody else that attacks us and pretend that we're not evil. Something like that, maybe. Maybe that's, I don't know. Just saying, just throwing that out there.
Indeed.
Trying to put a finger on the pulse of what's going on here.
Finished. Now what do you want?
Nice.
As I live and breathe, you're the Grey Warden everyone's been talking about. I represent the Blackstone Irregulars. We're a mercenary company that fell on hard times after the war with Orlais. I'm sure you know that times are getting worse every day. With your help, the Irregulars could be of use to Ferelden once more. Our leaders thought you might be willing to help. Each of our posts in Ferelden will contain letters addressed to you.
And it's almost 4 in the morning.
Unlike
How much time we got to do
you're
this?
getting letters straight from Raelnor and Tauran, our leaders. I hope this tells you how highly the Irregulars regard the Grey Warden.
Did you guys want to do the like max level thing? If nobody really cares, we'll just play the game, normal. But if you guys actually are like, okay, that would be the shit, then I mean, let me know, because I really have to. If I don't do it here, I'm not going to do it at all. So,
Thank you. When you've completed a mission, just return to me or any of our members stationed at an Irregulars post. We'll make sure your efforts are rewarded. Maker's blessings light your path.
fuck, I never got us poisons, did I? I know I can make poisons too. I think I can. Oh, I might actually have them in my inventory. Hold on a second. I might actually already have them. Toxin. Venom. Toxin. Yeah, I guess it's venom. Yeah, spring traps is actually what we're making. I can move that to junk. Because those come in groups of 3s. Don't need that. Sure, I'm going to use that. What's that? Is that spirit damage? Oh, yeah, I probably actually will use that. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Don't need that. Got 4 metal shards. I think you make spring traps from these, right? No, I guess you don't. Yeah, I guess you don't. I guess that's part of another. Huh. I think you still... Huh, no, actually, you might be right on that. Oh, that's possible. Yeah, no shit, right? Does Wynn's progress cap off at any point, or she just whatever level you actually get her? That's just where. So if you get her at 35, it's just computer generated at that level. Period. So you might not. I mean, there's certain things you. Her second class doesn't matter, but the talent she picks do actually matter. I wouldn't have a problem with that. I don't think, because by then you would have unlimited money, so you would have three skills. If that's what you're talking about, the talent tomes. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, the skill tomes. You would have like 2 from Ogren, and you would have 1 from the Circle. Those would be skill tomes. And like if she had like nothing towards, say, like Mana Clash or whatever, I wonder if it's randomly generated. Oh, that's actually a really good point. And it's really not a build. I just thought it'd be cool to have Morgan as an actual blood mage, like right out the chute, and just be able to carry her through with the party that we were going to make. Because you have to wait for Morgan, basically end game. You have to clear like 3, maybe 4 main story quests before Morgan can even actually become like an actual useful blood mage. She's gangster as shit after that, but you're 3/4 of the way through the game at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be cool just to play with her the entire time like that. Oh well, yeah, you're probably right, man. Yeah, okay, well that's fine. We're not going to do it then. We won't do it. That's actually a really good point. All right, whatever. That's fine. Okay. Kind of sucks though. I was actually kind of wanting to actually do that, just for old time's sake. It's been a minute. All right, well.
You're here about food. Take it up with that bleeding runt by the chantry. I got other gear to sell. Check the chanter's board by the chantry. There's good jobs there. I don't suppose you know anything about poison.
I have dabbled.
I figured if I kept asking, I'd find someone. I'd pay good coin for some simple poison. Something to slow them beasties down or make them think twice. Thanks. I might have some ingredients in stock. Don't really know what you need.
I'm always tempted to grab that. Yeah, you can definitely manage that. I just hated if it gave Wynn just a bunch of just a skill in each tree each time, whatever. But yeah, until level 14, that gives her a second specialization. Don't really care about that, but still at that point, there's certain things she has to have. No, honestly, I'd say still, I would say till level like 18. I would say till level 18. 17 or 18. And give you a chance to grow from there. Still not really sure what pre-selected skills Wynn would have. Because Wynn is important to keeping Alistair alive. Because he becomes even more important. If you got Leliana, Alistair, and you, then Wynn just needs haste. That's cool. You don't really even need momentum at that point. You just let everybody roll off haste until Morgan hits about level 18, 19. Then you could make her Blood Mage. But it's also possible that if you aim from Lothering with Morgan as a Blood Mage, would still accomplish the same thing, but then you would have open opportunities to level Wynn the way you wanted to later. That's actually a legitimate point. that seems like the way you would go with that, right? Am I tripping, or is that doesn't just make the most sense? Like across the board. It seems right. Gotta have that. 360. Those are pretty cheap. Yeah, see the trap triggers. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Buck 30 is not a deal. Alright, so let's see. This is 2.5 sovereigns, and you make almost 50 sovereigns. Yeah, that's... No, it's 26 sovereigns, you make 50. It's about 2 to 1. See, 100 times 2.6 is 26. No, it's 2.6. Yeah, you spend 2.6 and you make half of 10 times that. It's 20. You make 13 sovereigns. You make about 12 sovereigns each time you do this. But the cool thing is her healing line is, aside from haste, which I believe is on the healing line. She already has her whole healing line. She already has regenerate and she already has heal. What else does she need there? I mean, that's pretty much it. I would kind of like to try to find out. I would kind of like to see what happens if you get to this circle at around level 16, 17-ish. I say we go to level 15. That's what I say, personally. Go to level 15. Maybe 16. 16. And then levels are going to slow down a lot, right? So... Of course it did, because it's been doing that every fucking stream since forever. Yeah, awesome. Let's see. Appreciate you letting me know. It's literally actually like deactivating itself from... This is modern technology telling me that, well, whatever you paid for your cam is irrelevant. We're going to fuck with your streaming, which is the only reason you're using a cam in the first place. We're going to fuck with your streaming now until you get a new cam. I need a new cam, and I need a new PC, because my PC isn't even protected anymore. Apparently, I'm not up for Windows 736,000 or whatever number Windows they're on. So, yeah. My hardware can't support the current version of Windows, which probably includes a lot of AI. That would be my guess. So yeah, I gotta get a new... Well, I couldn't even fix the brakes on my car, so I'm not gonna try for a new camera and a new PC. Or laptop. I prefer a laptop, to be honest. I think these days they're pretty much just as good, but... Yeah, not even gonna try for that. So, is my cam working now? It is cool. I think, no, of course it is. Of course it is. The camera's like 15 years old. And this PC is like 17 years old or something. I don't know. It's, yeah. But hey, it works, at least sort of works. So I'm cool with that. I guess, Let me think about this. What do you guys think? Should we just go normal? Should we just play normal? Honestly, right here, I would just go straight to 20. I would just go straight to 20 and just get to level 20. Like, literally 20. 20, 21, it doesn't really, just somewhere around 20. And then everybody would be functional, and then when you got to win, throughout the rest of the game, if you needed a point here or a point there, nah, it's, I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it.
Any luck with that poison? Or you here to see my stock? Splendid! If those beasties come on my land, I hope it teaches them a lesson.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing
Enough gold to cover any of your expenses and then some. Hey!
Nice.
Because I still don't have food to sell.
Yeah, I'm still considering buying the dagger. I mean, the +2 damage is pretty solid. Especially, we got to roll with 2 rogues for a large portion of the game. So, yeah, maybe that's not the worst idea. Yeah, whatever. I actually kind of... I would have totally bought that because that lightning rod would have carried us. It would have carried us. That lightning rod just in any mage's hands because nobody's immune to it. And that's, I think it's there for a reason too. So anybody wanting to do that, at least I showed you guys how, right? So y'all can just experience it for yourself. It's a lot of fun. I got a codex out of it, right? Whatever. Oh, we just hit level 7. Nice. So I guess, you definitely have to have the critical chance. So I mean, like that's pretty much obvious, right? So I want to get that to 22, right? Nice. If you have to roll with Liliana for any period of time, you want her to have shit like this. You want tactics. Like, if a certain enemy is a certain way, kick him in the fucking nuts. Like, that's literally the Liliana build. But she really needs this. And then eventually, because she's going to be your cunning rogue. And we'll just use her. So we'll get the best of both worlds. We'll get the Liliana build, and we'll get the Blood Mage Morrigan build, too. Because Morgan's a gangster-ass blood mage. So we get the best of both worlds. You know what? Let's just do it normal. That's fine. Showed you guys how to do the glitch. Would strongly recommend it, no matter what class you're playing. And play it like that, because just for funs. And it actually opens up some new challenges in the game, based on, like what Hellraiser said, you know, getting a character later where all their shit is already set. Kind of like when you get Oghren in Orzammar, it's like, I wouldn't have picked any of this shit for Oghren. Why does he suck on purpose? Have you ever watched a BioWare developer play their own game? They actually play like they built Oghren. And on like easy, they die on easy. No, I mean like they die often on easy. They have no idea even how to play their own game. They have ideas on how to play a game, but doing it themselves, can't do it. The only exception would probably be Mike Laidlaw. Mike Laidlaw knows how to play video games. He knows how to play like 75 different genres of video games. I can attest to that firsthand. Like in person, not online, not on Twitch. No, actually in person. That motherfucker knows how to play video games. He can come in and save. He can come in and play Captain Save-A-Ho and put everybody in his backpack. He really actually can. In an unfamiliar fight in which he's only been there for 10 seconds and he's like literally literally dissected exactly what, who, where, what we got to work with, where's the weak link, let's just do this. True story, I actually experienced that at E3 firsthand. And then gave him some fanboyism again. I was like, I'd really like to meet Mike Laidlaw. I've met him like 4 times. Go figure. 3 times completely randomly, inconsequentially just happened. The one I'm talking about is at E3. Me and Mike, my name's Mike, so Eminem, man, we fucking held it down. We were doing a boss challenge at what was it, Square Enix, Final Fantasy 14. They had just come out with Titania, not really sure how you say it. Anyway, the big tree boss with a bunch of elite tree DPS bosses underneath her, with a bunch of roots and I guess just, you know, leaves and ads and whatever the fuck it was. It was a tree fight with lots of roots and lots of AoEs and stuff, and you had to get in there and you stood in line at E3, and whoever was in your next group, you decided who was going to play what. And I said, okay, this is the class I'm best at. And this other motherfucker is like, nah, I'm the best at that and I know how to do it. And I was like, well, I'm not really good with keyboard mouse, so I'm going to need him to set up a controller for me. And you had a certain amount of time, or you had a certain number of tries to try to beat this boss. And if you beat the boss, you got a t-shirt, and they took a picture of you. So somewhere on the internet, I guess, there's a picture of me and Mike Laidlaw holding up our fucking Final Fantasy 14 I Beat Titania t-shirts at E3 from 2019. I never went and looked it up for myself, but I should probably go do that just to see if it even exists because, okay, cool. But anyway, so I get in with this group and they say, that's the class you're best at? Well, I'm better at that and fuck you. And well, pretty soon you're probably going to be wearing a MAGA hat. So I'm going to tell you how we're going to do this. And so they went to do this and they failed miserably. The entire first try, I was trying to set up my controller because keyboard mouse, I have no idea. I've never done it before, so I'm not gonna become a master of keyboard mouse in 18 seconds right now. That's not gonna happen. Set the shit up for a controller, dude. Which I played Final Fantasy 14 on a controller, and I had people that had been playing PC MMOs their entire lives telling me, way to hold it down. All right, that works. Cool. Inviting me, to stuff and, things like that. So apparently I don't suck at video games. I may not be good, but I'm apparently not bad. Anyway, I'm trying to get my controller set up, so we just fail miserably and everybody gets wiped. Was that my fault? Pretty sure getting wiped in like 4 minutes is not my fault. So, the second time around, I'm able to kind of move around, right? And then before the boss fight is even over, like, it was 8 people. It was a party of 8 that was allowed to fight this boss. I believe it was 8. Like, everybody leaves. I'm literally the only one standing there. And I'm like, okay, I almost got self-conscious for a second. I'm like, oh my God, I'm responsible for this. And I'm like, no, I didn't make this happen. The second time around, I was able to just get my D-pad moving. And I had somebody from Square Enix over there, over my shoulder, trying to get the fucking gamepad synced with my particular, they had PCs set up, right? And everybody was sharing the same thing on their individual PC, right? And then the third try, they let in the next shot of people. And what they told them was, if you can come in and save them on this last one, because everybody quit. How the fuck do you quit? They talked a bunch of shit and said, well, you can't play this class, I'm playing that class, and I know what I'm doing, and I'm OG fucking PC master race. Have you ever caught a pussy? Have you ever, okay, if you're female, do you understand that's actually kind of derogatory. Have you ever caught a fucking yellow belly, a fucking coward yellow spine in the middle of a video game and just run like a bitch and just said, oh, it's a video game that I can reload, but I'm too much of a coward in real life and I love to get bullied. Please take my lunch money. Have you ever been that? If you have, I really feel sorry for you, and I hope your existence in this world gets better than that and you actually grow a pair and actually fight back at some point to actually gain some respect for yourself so you can actually live as a human being. But if you haven't ever done that, that's literally what everybody did. I was left by myself. They let in 7 of the next 8 people come in to fill in for this last fight. I was going to be asked to leave. And then they would let somebody else come in and then they would get a full turn. But they said, hey, all these people left because they're bitches and our boss is badass, and they played it off, like our game is amazing and y'all suck and nobody can do this, and they really played it up, which was awesome. Anyway, so they brought in 7 more people. I didn't know who they were. They were the 7 people in line behind us. And everybody quit. So the other 7 people, they said, help them finish their turn, and then we'll give you a fresh set of turns, and we'll pull somebody from the line and bring them in. Well, on that next turn, my controller, I was able to do 3 things. I could move, I had a basic attack, and I had my ultimate. That's all I had. But we at least got that shit working at that point, right? So we went through the boss fight, and I'm like, okay, boss does AoE, projects her AoEs, does this, get out of the way. and the healer was doing their job, and I'm like, cool, okay, so don't really tax the healer too much as DPS, so get the fuck out of the way and go over here and deal with some of the ads while everybody else tanks the fucking boss and does what they do, right? And then it came time for the ultimate. Now, I'm not putting on my hero cape, but my ultimate meter was maxed, and there was like 2 elites and the fucking boss left, and I said, if we get rid of these elites, all of us can concentrate on the boss. Tell me that is not RPG theory. If I can execute these 2 motherfuckers, along with all of us just getting max DPS and whatever the fuck else buff you get with this, let's just kill all the shit that's been killing us so that we can kill the one thing that really needs a bunch of ads to kill you. But if it doesn't have any ads, you can kill it, right? So I pulled my ult, and I heard somebody bitch over there said, who the fuck pulled the ultimate? Who the fuck pulled the ult? Oh my god, I can't believe you did that. We wrecked both the fucking ads in like 3 seconds and then destroyed the boss as a party. It was like 8v1 at that point. Everybody's dead. We win. I didn't do it. But what I realized was I don't even know what actual class he was playing, but Mike Laidlaw was one of those next 7 people to come in, and we wrecked that boss in like, I don't know, we didn't even reach our time limit. And everybody had quit on the first 2 tries. We didn't even reach our time limit on the 3rd one, and we wrecked that shit. So then we went and got our t-shirts, and he's standing there holding this, here, I'll show you. He's holding one of these, which was the Borderlands 3 loot bag, right? Which was full of, like, you know, Borderlands stuff, right? So he's holding one of these, I'm holding one of these, and we're getting our t-shirt, and he's like, I know you, and I actually seen him a couple times, but I fanboy the shit out of this dude, but he was like totally cool about it. And I'm like, hey man, what are you doing here? And he said, collecting loot. You know, because, I mean, what's the most gamer response that you can possibly imagine in that particular scenario is, I'm collecting loot. Dude, you're one of the best game developers in the history of games, and you're here collecting loot, appreciating everybody else's games, probably learning something along the way, and then doing some boss-ass work to where we finally kill this boss so I can get my damn t-shirt, and I don't have to get back in line and wait 2 more hours to try this shit again with a bunch of other fucking pussies who are probably gonna quit on us. But at least this time, I got my friggin' gamepad working so I can do some work next time. Anyway, it didn't have to happen. We got our t-shirt, we got a picture, got a couple of them actually because I was cheesing it up way too much. You know, I was literally doing this shit. I didn't really care. Mike Laidlaw's here. We killed the boss. That shit happened. Everybody else quit. Mike Laidlaw came in and saved the fucking day, and this was some hero cape bullshit, right? Dude, it was friggin' amazing. It was friggin' amazing. That dude was so cool. The only downside to any of this is I asked him, so what are you doing now? And he said, oh, I'm working with Ubisoft on a project. Dude, do you know how hard I worked to say that was like somebody that's like your arch hero saying I work with the enemy now. I was like, oh wow, okay, well, you know, all right, well that's cool, that's amazing, I guess. I didn't even know what to say to that. I'm working for the child molester game developer. The one that supports fucking Michael Jackson. Are you kidding me? And that's where he was then. I don't know where he is now, but I'm guessing he's not with BioWare, so yeah, no hope there. That was, that crushed me, man. That was a soul crusher. I'm working with Ubisoft. No shit. Wow. What do you even say to that? I consider that entire company and everything they're about hyper fucking woke, super fucking astral, and 100,000% child molester. only thing I can really say to that is I hope he landed with a good paycheck. I mean, you know, you got to support your family, man. You got to put food on the table. I'm just going to say that. I'm such a fanboy that I can't see any negative there. I would just put it all on once getting alienated from BioWare. And actually, that's kind of like a silver lining on my hyper fanboyism for Mike Laidlaw, is that he alienated himself from BioWare because they were too extreme. You know, their vision was the opposite of his vision. So if his vision made good games, and when they got away from his vision, they made shit fucking woke, hyper hemorrhoid syphilis games with dudes in a dress, then I guess Mike made the right choice by getting the fuck away from that. So that's the silver lining there, I guess. I can say that. That's definitely a true story. I think this is all activated skills, right? Yeah, all of it. That's passive. Both of these are passive. You got, well, I'll definitely have enough decks for that, so that's not even an issue. That's just level related. I wish I could have this right now. I'd say we work towards... This is going to be the least of my worries. Lethality, my cunning is not going to be that high. It does affect attack damage, though. So it can supersede strength. And cunning also affects armor penetration. So I mean, it's worth putting some points into cunning. It's not the worst thing. Definitely going to be a lot higher than my strength. I say we just do this. And so now
I can't do that.
we can actually use this. We just got to keep our eye on it and make sure that, all right, so now, let's see what we got in terms of this. Nice. Mike Laidlaw. Yeah. Mike Laidlaw. I don't know if there's a picture of me and Mike. If I was, well, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna look with you because you know what? Now that I say it, I've told the story for shit over 5 years now, and I never went and actually looked for myself. I should probably go Google images, right? Yellow Brick Games? Is that where Laidlaw is? So he left Ubisoft too? Well, thank God, man. Thank God he left Ubisoft. I hope he actually did. E3 2019. Well, let me just... Try this. Let's see. I'm not getting anything relevant. Let me try this. Mike Laidlaw, Chief Creative Officer for... This shit. I mean, even if that shit was on like a Square Enix website, it should still show up on Google, right? Yeah, he was there in 2019 when I talked to him, because that's who he said he was with. I'm glad he left that fucking child molester shithole. True story. Thank goodness, because that was just so beneath him. That's 100% beneath him. That's beneath anybody. Nobody should work, and Ubisoft should just die in a fire. It should stop existing. They haven't made anything relevant in way too long. And even if they did, that would just be really bad, because it would just be giving them some clout that they don't deserve, so. Good story. Everybody's stoked. We're all stoked. That's good. That's really good.
He says the mages in the tower out on Lake Callanhod are all turning into demons.
They always say that.
Dude, I would love a picture of my face when he told me that, though.
Sure what to do about it yet, he says.
Because like that's the absolute worst thing you could tell me in the gaming industry. Period. Is you're working for what the fuck? That'd be like the Punisher going and working for the mob and supporting a sex trafficking operation because he's scared. That's exactly how my face looked if I would have heard that. That's literally how bad that is. I was like, the man needs a paycheck. That's literally my justification, because I fanboy the shit out of this dude. The two best game developers, in my opinion, that have ever existed, ever, is Ken Ralston and Mike Laidlaw. If Ken Ralston, I believe his name's Ken Ralston. Hold on, let me go double check. I believe it's Ken. It's Ralston, but I think it's Ken Ralston. He's been retired since I think the Oblivion DLC, which had the Flesh Golem. I think he retired out. I don't. He might have had something to do with Fallout 3, but then I believe he retired after that. Ken Ralston. Computer game designer. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's totally hip, cool, fucking hippie from the 60s, man. I think the last thing I saw, this was years ago. He was like touring the world with his hippie wife, and they were playing like sitars and shit in hippie camps, like from Hawaii to like fucking Russia and shit. Like, dude, it was some cool shit. Like he was just like enjoying his retirement and getting into the essence of things from a video game perspective. Dude, you can go follow Ken Ralston. Anyway, he's if you put Ken Ralston and Mike Laidlaw together with a team of their own choosing, you would have the best RPG ever made. That's a fact. If you gave them creative license to make a video game with a team of their own choosing, it would be written, produced, directed, and developed in a way that, dude, it's not even funny. Like, it's really not even funny. Ken Ralston was actually hired by big, huge studios to develop, to be the lead designer in Kingdoms of Amalur. So that's a lot of his baby. But the problem is he was restricted by demands that it be like this big, and that, you know, there should be so much of this and so much of that. And the idea the inspiration was that Kingdoms of Amalur was supposed to be like an MMO single person. Which, honestly, Inquisition was kind of like that, to be honest. And that doesn't work well. It's too much, it's too big. I mean, you can be big, but you don't have to be big in terms of space. You can be big in terms of content and meaning and immersion, and they missed that point. If Kingdoms of Amalur was reduced to like 2 regions, like pre-game and then post-game, it would almost be perfect. It would be like seriously amazing. Their crafting system, their leveling system. It was just an upgraded version of kind of like a cross between Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2 and Divinity Ego Draconis. That's what literally the skill tree, the character development was actually. If it wasn't based on that, it's basically a combination of those two. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know, right? So, yeah, it's crazy shit.
I saw you take the supplies from my car. Your grassland eyes are inept. A chastened would never stoop to petty theft.
Enough! People here are already desperate and frightened. They don't need you two coming to blows.
But what about my food?
I said enough!
Nice. I think we take Leliana back here in a second. We go ahead and do this. And then we go back to the Chantry and just go grab all our stuff.
You aren't one of my captors.
I still really want to do the max level thing because
leave me in peace.
I only did it that one time, and that was like over 10 years ago. That was a long time ago. What do you guys do it and just tell me how it is?
A prisoner. I'm in a cage, am I not? I've been placed here by the Chantry.
The revered mother said he slaughtered an entire family, even the children.
It is as she says. I am Sten of
because
the Better
your sword was
the
missing?
vanguard of the Kunari peoples.
Nobody's worth. So literally the Kunari attitude is you were born with your sword, so there's no other living being outside of the Kunari that's worth as much as your sword, because if you're not Kunari and you haven't submitted to the Kun, then you don't exist, which is definitely communist Nazi thinking. If you're not Aryan, you don't exist. These are Nazis, these are communists, and guess what's the first thing a woke person is gonna do? Defend this motherfucker. Am I lying? Seriously think about that for a second. This is a real life lesson. That's the first thing a woke motherfucker is gonna do is defend this piece of shit. Because it considered all human life below its political, spiritual standards, which is jihadist communism. Russia Arab. And if you're a woman, you have your role. You need to put something on your face to acknowledge that you're a woman, that you can't do certain things because it's not possible, because our religion demands it so. Even though women are kicking your fucking ass. You ever seen a female Marine deal with some fucking jihadists? You ever seen that? You ever seen a picture of a female special forces soldier? You ever seen a picture of an Israeli, an IDF female soldier deal with some fucking goat fuckers? You ever seen that? The news doesn't show you a bunch of that, does it? You ever seen what one of those can do to, I don't know, 10, maybe 100? Without any of the smart bombs and any of that shit. Yeah, just with a rifle, running and gunning. Like that girl on your team that can't even cue her mic in the lobby because a bunch of prepubescent fucking 9-year-olds and a fucking bunch of fucking immigrants get on there and start calling her whores and all this shit and start saying some shit that would embarrass you in front of your mama. Yeah. Those girls that are in your party and they can't even speak up their mic because boys have no idea what it is to even be male and have any class whatsoever. But those girls that are in your party, when you played Call of Duty and they went like 32-5 with a fucking G36 running and gunning, yeah, they were flipping spawns and then spawn killing the motherfuckers in the spawns that they just flipped. Those girls right there, those are your Israeli Defense Force girls. That's what the fuck they do. And they do it for breakfast and they laugh while they're doing it. And then they go home and celebrate the fact that they destroyed the same people who rape and fucking kill their people and hide behind hospitals, pretending to be men when they throw rocks at tanks. This motherfucker represents the motherfuckers hiding behind hospitals and throwing rocks at tanks. That's what this thing is.
I have been convicted of murder. Have the villagers not spoken of this?
Oh yeah, I kind of wanted to do it. We've been talking about it for like a while. We'll create a character eventually to just do that, and just do it just for shits and giggles. Because this is the one Dragon Age where you can still do it. And I don't even call it a glitch. It's just part of the economy. You can just max level in Lothering and play the game that way if you want to. I mean, I don't even consider it even an exploit or anything. You can just sell the lady traps until you're max level and you have way too much gold to spend, and just play through the game and just have all the stuff and see what the game feels like at the ceiling instead of the floor. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's what it is. I think the developers left that in there on purpose. I really do. They could have patched it out 100 times and they never did. They patched it out of Dragon Age 2 on purpose, but they never patched it out of Origins. So I'm just call it what you will. It's still fun. It's just fun. It's actually a challenge in a couple different ways, but overall it's just fun. It's just cool to see what it's like, you know. That's all that really is. Honestly, we were talking about a really good balance is not to hit max level, just hit like level 20. And then you can still level 15 more times and develop Wynn the way you want to develop her. And Ogren's just going to be whatever. In fucking Orzammar, it doesn't really matter. I mean, when you go to Awakening, you eventually at least come close to max level, right? And then you respec Ogren and make him the way you want him to be, and he's pretty gangster. If you make him the way you would make a two-hander for yourself, he's pretty gangster. He really actually is. And honestly, watching him slug down the entire fucking pint of Darkspawn blood and say, not bad. It's like weaker. It's weaker than some of the shit he drank in the Deep Roads. Darkspawn blood. He fucking not bad. Dude, that's probably one of the best scenes that Dragon Age just the BioWare, if they had their claim to fame is that one scene with Ogren becoming a warden. He drinks, he slugs the whole thing and says, shit, not bad. I've had worse. Dude, that is, oh man, that's epic shit, man. Okay, I'm just going to say this. Ogren is a football fan. An American football fan. I'm just saying. I just have to throw that out there. He 100% is. An American football fan. Not bad. What the fuck? Dude, that is awesome. That's one of my favorite scenes in the entire game. In the entire series, probably. Yeah, 100%.
Are you asking if I feel guilt or if I'm responsible for the deed? However I feel, whatever I've done, my life is forfeit now. Death will be my atonement. Perhaps. What does your wisdom say is equal to my crime?
Oh, equal to your crime? well, the wardens take help wherever they can find it. This is like, okay, so this is a gray area. Like, you can't go any farther gray without turning black with this and say, well, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. I mean, if you're going to accept this motherfucker, I guess you go ahead and tolerate Zevran with his annoying ass. That fucking fetish. That fetish perv. Zevran the fetish perv. I love the smell of rotting flesh. It makes my dick hard. What the fuck is that? But, like, seriously, I love the smell of rotting flesh. It reminds me of my childhood and makes my dick hard. Okay, if you didn't kill him already, why don't you just kill him then? Because, okay, that's, of all the things you could have said, that's probably the stupidest shit I ever heard from anybody trying to, you know, not die. Yeah, probably slit your throat right now. That it'd be doing the world a flavor. True story.
Importance is a matter of perspective. From here, very little seems meaningful. The Blight. Are you a Grey Warden, then?
A skimpy little elf against a fucking giant. Yeah, actually, I am. What are you gonna do, insult me?
Surprising. My people have heard legends of the Grey Warden's strength and skill. Though I suppose not every legend is true.
Okay, he actually just insulted me. No, actually, he is going to. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I asked for it, right? I asked to be insulted real quick. I guess I got that. Nothing I can really say to that.
Perhaps if you told her the Grey Warden
what are you gonna do?
need my
Insult me?
assistance.
And then he just
Seems
insults
as
the
likely to
shit
bring
out
my
of you.
death as we
He
can hear.
demeans you like you're less than garbage. Oh. You're trying to get out of your cage, right? He's like, no. I've accepted the fact that I'm in a cage. Now what? In some way, you kind of gotta respect that. It's like, damn. You know what I kind of compare Sten to? I kind of compare Sten to that dude who didn't want to do the Talvashoth shit in Dragon Age 2, and he becomes a Qunari mercenary. He doesn't want to go with the Qun. He's not a communist. He's not woke. He doesn't want to murder people for some profit that's not going to amount to anything. But he doesn't want to follow anybody else either. He wants to find his own way. He doesn't even know what his own way is. Can you imagine being a Christian and speaking to somebody who is Muslim and converting them? And I don't mean converting them religiously. I mean telling them the basic truths of just life itself, just basic shit, and getting them out of their homicidal, pedophile, radical hate, and somehow they apply, you know, like the basic 10 commandments, like, you know, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt love God, and God is not your pedophile prophet, or some fantasy shit that was created like 800 years after you said it was created, and there's no truth in anything that you think or believe. It's just another bullshit ass fucking man-written goddamn bunch of dogma, not a history lesson, which is the Bible. The Bible is a history lesson from before the world was even created until after it's like literally reading tomorrow's newspaper. And it always has been, and you can't deny that. You can hate it, that's your choice, but you can't deny it. And if you try to deny it, you look like a fool. At least against anybody who knows what they're talking about. So, like, there's that thing. Can you imagine actually converting a Kenite, a biological son of the devil himself, incarnate, converting one, and just, they actually see it, and they're like, Wow. You're actually talking about saving a soul that was corrupt before it was even born. Imagine that. If this sounds like weird to you, go read the book of Jude. Go read the book of Jude in the Bible. It's the shortest book in the Bible. It's literally the smallest homework anybody could ever give you. Go read the book of Jude. If you could save one, just one, from destroying themselves with their fucking hate and their pedophiliac, rapist, murdering ideology, which is just everything Satan has been about. Satan's actual biological child through Eve was Cain. And what's the first thing Cain did? Murdered Abel. And through Abel was the promise. That's through whom Christ was to come. Adam's child. First thing Satan does, tries to interrupt that shit. Make sure that shit didn't happen. Well, then you had Seth, who replaced Abel, whom Cain slew. I'm quoting now. This is history. Cain went east and founded Enoch, which was a city that the ruins of Enoch were found under Babylon. And the definition of Babylon is confusion. If you want to know what the definition of confusion is today, it's called woke. It's really not that hard, man. It's really not that hard. All the symptoms are there. You just have to be willing to acknowledge it. You already see it, and you know it. You're either for it, or you're just a zombie, and you're just spiritually dead, and you have no idea what the fuck is going on. You just hope you get to eat tomorrow. Okay, cool. I get that. That's the way the world was designed to be, and that's where we live. I get it. But you could actually see it and acknowledge it and then say, where did I hear this? Well, you heard it from the Bible. You didn't hear it anywhere else. But it's in your face, and it's the entire world today. It's everything. It encompasses everything today. And it's your answer to everything. So, if you could just convert one jihadist, terrorist, pedophile motherfucker, and everybody in between, well, maybe you could make up for a lot of your misdeeds. But you got to get right yourself. So that's, I'm not going to say it's a tall order, but it's something to think about. Definitely. All these video games and movies and internet and TikTok and Twitter and politics and X and whatever the fuck is being taught at your school, it doesn't mean shit. It's a bunch of confusion. It's a bunch of babble. Babylon, confusion. It's literally trash. Meant to confuse you and throw smoke in your eyes to where you can't see anything about anything, and you're supposed to not care. You're supposed to worry about how you pay your next bill. Well, what happens when there's no more bills? When you're dead? Then where are you at? You can't take your money with you, money that you don't probably even have. Only the celebrities have that. So what you got? Nothing? Then why are you even trying to live? Like at that point, it's like what's even the point? It's confusion. You're just supposed to be a drone. Supposed to be a zombie, a mindless fucking zombie. The mark of the beast right here in your forehead. You know what's in your forehead? It's in your brain. That's where your brain's at. It's what you think with. That's your heart and soul. Your spirit, well, if it's dead, guess what? You're still a zombie. So, definitely something for all of us to think about.
Farewell, then.
To be left here to starve? Or to be taken by the Darkspawn? No one deserves that.
This is woke.
Not even
This
a
is
murderer.
woke ideology right here. Nobody deserves that, not even a murderer. No, a murderer deserves exactly that. In fact, don't leave him in the cage to be tortured. Execute it right now. It's a murderer. It murdered children, which is somehow even worse. Execute it now. Dead. But it could do so much good. No, it's fucking broken. It It stole. It murdered. It stole somebody else's right to live. It forfeited its own right to life. If you execute it, it will never do that again. Get rid of it. Let it go explain not only to God, but when you murder somebody, their spirit returns to the Father who gave it, who gave that life immediately. So when you eventually go there, guess who's there to speak against you? The very spirit that you took their life. Now they might forgive you, but guess what? God is the judge of that. And if you're unforgiven and you're just guilty of that, and you go into heaven, all your victims, all these fucking drug czars, all these terrorists, all these fucking suicide bombers, all these serial killers, all these child molesters, all these fucking sex traffickers, all these politicians that went to Epstein's Island, etc., etc., etc. All these judges, all these congressmen, all these senators, all these kings, all these queens, all these rulers. Now, all of your victims, from the fringe to directly, you murdered them on purpose for some kind of self-profit, some kind of self-joy, because you enjoy ending somebody else's life so you can feel that you're powerful. Well, once you face the power of God and you get to face all of your victims in the real life, which is after your flesh, this rotting shit that turns into a saggy fucking wrinkled ass raisin, if you're lucky enough to live that long. Yeah, all that shit, this isn't life. This is a tent. You're here as either an ambassador or a trespasser, right? But when you actually go there, all your victims are going to be able to speak against you. And if you don't have anything to say, that's on you. Because you know you're wrong. You know you're evil. You know you are against all the basic 10 commandments. The 10 commandments are like this. It's like a plumb line. Imagine a weight at the bottom of the string. You've got right and you've got wrong. Which side of it are you on? In real life. This is a reality check. Which side of it are you on? Are you right or are you wrong? If you don't know, you're fucking ignorant. You're already a zombie. You're dead. But if you have some idea what's right and wrong, and you've been wrong on purpose, you think you got away with it. Never, ever, 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 every single fucking misstep will be quoted against you because you're just too stupid to understand you're one of God's children and you should do things the right way. And if you're wrong, you have an avenue to clean that shit up. And if you don't, that's on you. That's what Christianity has always been. Even before Jesus. That's a fact. If you're on the wrong side of that, you're fucked. If you don't like my language, I don't care. You know exactly what I'm saying, so totally down with that. 100%. This entire thing stemmed from Sten and what politics and spirituality that thing represents.
What's next?
But even then, maybe at some point you can get Sten to understand that he's on the wrong side of things. And if you can do that, well, you might cover a bunch of your own sins if you could actually do that. But you got to you got to get right yourself before you can tell anybody else what's right, right? You could say, well, dude, you're not 100% right. No, 100%. I'm not. But I do know some right things, and I'm passing them along to you. It's not my right shit. It's just I know they're right, so I'm just passing it along. All right. Anyway, I'll be back. Oh well, whatever. Let's see. Probably need to set Liliana's stuff, right? Because I don't think I have. All right, so we need, well, definitely default. Self any Song of Valor. That's mandatory. And then abilities do we have? Dirty Fighting. Below the belt. Okay. Okay, so self, health. What's this? Enemy. Any? Yeah. I mean, dirty fighting is your shit. That's what you use on everybody. That's what I do myself. I know I could. I mean, theoretically, it'd be kind of hard to get past the mages on Nightmare that can just basically one-shot your entire party at this point. And there's at least 2 of them entering Orzammar. But whatever. That. I'd say just normal or higher. No, elite or lower. Now, I guess, I don't know. Kick him in the nuts. If anybody's ranked at least normal or higher, kick him in the nuts. Even if it's a dragon. Even if it's a female dragon, kick her in the nuts too. Because, hey, who's to say she doesn't have nuts? You're not even allowed to say that a female dragon doesn't have nuts these days. So might as well kick them in the nuts too. Nuts that they don't have, but you're not allowed to acknowledge that because you don't have any rights as a human being in this world to have any common sense. Am I wrong? Okay. Let me go ahead and save.
Can I get you a so you can get off my back? Back! All right.
I'll try to be merciful. I'll try to be merciful.
Now's better than later.
You should run while you can.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
Good run.
Back!
Hey, watch it!
Well, that looked pretty good. Well, okay, it's meant to deter newbies. Pretty sure it's meant to deter pretty much anybody trying to roll there. And honestly, I don't think I have any stats that allow for using that item in the first place. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe my deck stats could actually use the Rose's Thorn. I think it has a strength requirement too, but I might be thinking of armor. I mean, maybe it doesn't. I got the money for it. I do have the money for it. I mean, I can try to cheatskate and get an early bonus or something. I guess I could try to do that. I don't know. Not really that worried about it, to be honest. Penalty to attack. Okay, so we just take that, and then we'll actually activate that once we reduce the penalty to attack. I don't need Alistair just whiffing all the time, right? Like that's not going to help anything.
Done. Anything else?
We done heard what was said. You're a warden. I don't know if you killed King Kalen, and make her forgive me, I don't care. But that bounty on your head could feed a lot of hungry bellies. Attack!
I see enemies ahead. I'll get on it.
Now we get our hands dirty.
Push them back!
For the Grey Water!
Make her preserve us.
All right, let's go!
No mercy! Got it. I'll get on it.
I don't know why this shit is turning off. I really don't. Dude, momentum is turning off like every 5 seconds, so... Alright, so yeah, that's annoying. It doesn't turn off after every fight, so there's no reason for it to be doing this. But every time I look down, my character's slow as fuck. And about the only advantage you actually have is speed. So why isn't my speed? Ever.
Could be you're not alone.
Got it.
Tis your time to die.
Now's better than later. Breaking your sweat already. Can I get you on so you can get off like that? All right.
Let's have at it!
Another battle, I see.
Have at you! All right. Let's see some blood!
Nice. I win. Nobody dropped anything, though. That sucks. Although I normally have a hard time with that ambush. The next one, that's sometimes hard, but not always. I probably should make a few more. I don't know. We still got 20 health poultices, so I don't know how many of those are. Let's see, hold on a second. Nice. I think Alistair's the only one using regular ones. Right? Yeah, regular ones. Alright, so I think we're doing good. I mean, how many do we have? I made 4, we had 6, so he used a couple, but...
What?
He's also injured. Interestingly enough. Alright. Oh shit, let me save again. I mean, you could theoretically go to Orgrimmar if you had enough money and go get the Rose's Thorn. You could go get the key to the city. Have to do some stuff for that, but it's not that big of a deal. You could get with the shadow skin or whatever. It's not the felon's coat. It's like the poor man's version of the felon's coat. You could get that if you have the money for it. I'm just gonna go to camp and get Bodan to give me stuff. and then go eventually earn the right to get maximum money, and then probably do Orzammar last. Or very, very late in the game. I mean, we might go there and grab some stuff once we can afford it. But then we probably do that last because I really like the deep roads at max level. I mean, like, you know, like fully leveled up. Like that's pretty much my favorite shit. So I like to do that a lot later. Not like we would do the deep roads first anyway, but
No mercy. I'll get on. You should run while you can. Push them back. So you can get off my back.
Let's finish this. So be it. Wipe them out.
Push them back.
I see. I shall do it. So be it.
I tried to be merciful.
I see. Very well. I see.
Paul, could someone please stop the bleeding?
well, that was a they wrecked my shit there. It's amazing how you can do amazing and then you come up with something that's even sub hard and then it's like 8,000 times harder. Fucking stupid. No, I'm gonna get freebies here. I'm getting freebies.
I cannot be defeated.
Nope. I'm getting freebies. Nice. You want to fucking cheat? Whatever. Okay, just cheat. I still win, regardless. Doesn't really matter. Still win. No matter how bad you want to cheat. When I say cheat, I mean fucking cheat. Fucking cheat.
Alistair here.
What now?
Surely there are better uses for our time.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Alright. I still really do want haste.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Done now. Are you happy?
Nice. Well, now Alistair actually has a set of armor that's actually worth a shit. Yeah, I really feel like that's the last thing you should do before, what should we call it? Going to Denerim and the Land's Meat and all that bullshit. I really feel like that's like kind of the last thing. It's garbage.
A fine gift. You have my thanks. Interesting.
Wow.
Is that for me? Really?
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
I already got minor magic. It said it'd be so cool to just travel with Morgan, like from here on out, as like a blood mage. I hate having to wait to the end of the game. Yeah, whatever. It's all good, but I'm just saying that would be like really, really cool. I think maybe I do that. What the fuck? Oh my god, are you kidding me? God damn it. I meant to save. My bad, I guess we gotta do this again. Motherfucker. My bad. I guess. Alright, we're gonna do it cleaner this time.
Now's better than later. Can I get you a lift so you can get off my back? I'll get on. Here comes trouble! Got it. Let's see what you're made of.
Okay, done with you now.
Someone's fall, and it sure will be me.
Bitch. My bad.
I'll get on it.
Go.
Can I get you a lift so you can get off my back? I'll get on. Got it.
It's your time to die.
Now's better than later. Done. Anything else?
What is it?
What now?
What now?
Alright, nice.
Right.
Anyway. Alright, so Morgan loves
A
that.
fine gift.
Didn't really
You
like
have
the
my-
ring, though. I think Alistair might
that
like
for
the
me?
ring. Yes.
Really? Wow.
Hmm. Here we go. There he is. You know what? Apparently Sten likes beef bones. Just call it what you will. Apparently that's a thing. That's what I heard. But I'm not taking my dog shit and giving it to anybody. Just saying. Yeah, nobody gets the dog stuff. No, doesn't work like that. If you're my friend in real life, my dog's first. Even if you're family. Even if you're my mom. Well, it's about tied. That's about tied. Other than that, no, the dog's first. If my dog doesn't like you, you need to leave. I'm literally not kidding. And I will exercise force on that. But if my dog does like you, well, we can probably be friends even if I don't like you. So, yeah, I mean, just figure that out. But true story. Dogs come first. Dogs don't live long enough to deal with people's shit. People create shit. Dogs don't. Or pets. I'll just say any pet. Pets don't create shit. What I love about some cats and most dogs is they can be like really, really dramatic though. They can have people issues, right? Which is awesome. But yeah, man, if my dog doesn't like you, I probably don't either. You need to get the fuck on. And if you want to say something like, you need to get your dog under control, I'm going to say, you need to go to the hospital. Let me help you with that. Like, it's just that cut and dry. Because I'm a human being and I understand the difference between right and wrong. And if you got something to say about somebody's dog, dude, look at Mark Wahlberg. Even the fucking Kenites in Hollywood get this. If you kill somebody's fucking dog, if you got any problem with somebody's fucking dog, be careful you're not buried up in the hills, you motherfucker. You piece of shit. If you're such a bad person that you got a problem with somebody's dog, look, if I go somewhere and the dog's barking and stuff, I'm going to talk to the dog as if we're friends. And if the dog, like, really has a serious problem, I'll be like, well, that's a good dog. That dog is guarding you. That's what they feel their duty is. That's their entire purpose for living, is guarding you. You got a good dog. There's no such thing as a bad dog. There's only such thing as bad people. Which is why Michael Vick needed to be executed. Instead of making millions talking about football, which he couldn't play worth a shit himself in the first place. Can we all just be honest? That's a true story, by the way. Let's see. Man, I got a bunch of these, man. I don't think nature damage does shit against these stupid spiders, though. That's all right. At least I got like 15 acid flasks. I should probably sell some. Right? I should probably sell some.
Another battle, I see. Cross me and you shall pay!
I suppose violence is a solution. Sometimes.
That's it! And let's go!
So you can get off my back.
Oh, it's beautiful.
All right, all right.
Wow. Nice. Well, that wasn't so bad, right? Does Alistair actually like the beef bone? Like, is that actually a thing? I know Sten does. You can give Sten the beef bone. That didn't sound right, but I mean, you can give Sten the beef bone. True story. Whatever.
Yes?
So tell me something, Morrigan. Did you live there in that forest your entire life?
I left it on occasion, but I always returned. Why? Is that so strange? It was my home.
But it was just you and your mother there. No one...
Hello, friend. Care to take advantage of your discount? This way. And beware the urchins. They have grabby little hands.
Yeah. You get a decent amount off this crossbow. It's probably something you'd want... Oh, what's this? Oh, shit. It's going down. Oh, I'm definitely buying that. No doubt. 100%. Oh, if I was playing a two-hander, I would have been seriously disappointed right there. Seriously disappointed. That would suck. So this dude is getting, like, more stuff.
Blessed are the peacekeepers, champions of the just.
We got 3 sovereigns there.
There's word of dark-spawned stragglers, but no sign of the main horde. We are the only hope of protection this village has now, and I will not abandon them. That is all. May the Maker have mercy on us.
Might as well steal whatever you can, right? You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Silver here, silver there.
And when the Maker spoke, chant of light. Let those who seek redemption be delivered.
You ever wonder if that's an
those who
accurate
have
likeness
sinned
of
be
Andraste?
forgiven.
Came here
Maybe
to
she
walk
was
away
ugly.
from the
Maybe
fight.
she had buck teeth. How would we know?
Just like you wanted.
And then shall the Maker return to us. And then shall the Maker return to the Black City in heaven. And then shall the chant of
Well, we got to come back here no matter what, so... Yeah, we got to come back. We have to come back no matter what, so... Let's just go. My bad. Apparently, we didn't check the chest. We talked to this asshole, but we didn't check the chest.
I'll do it.
No.
I'm cold. I don't like this.
So, let me get this straight. You were a cloistered sister?
You must have been a brother before you became a Templar, no?
What's to be done?
Maker's blessings
We did
upon you,
We
Warden.
didn't fucking do that. My bad. Well, let's see if my bad. That's nice. That'll work. That shit too.
Because I still don't have food to sell.
Nice. Now imagine if there was like 2 rune slot daggers. Know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that would actually be like really cool.
What now? That's a wonderful thought.
I had to check the chest. I have no idea why I didn't do that. Apparently I'm just completely stupid.
So I take it you did not enjoy your Templar training?
My bad.
That's directed at me, I take it.
Do you see any others about who have failed?
Do you see any other people in our party who have failed at their religious instruction?
And if you had not been recruited, what would have happened instead?
I would have turned into a drooling lunatic, slaughtered the Grand Cleric, and run through the streets of Denham in my small clothes, I guess.
Your self-awareness does you credit.
I thought you'd like that.
You know what would be cool? Is if Alistair and Morgan eventually sort of got along. That is one thing that it happened a little bit in Dragon Age 2, but in Inquisition, like Vivian and Dorian actually learned to be friends. And I'm trying to think, like, there's another character arc with certain... You had to keep those party members in your party and allow them to travel for a long time and experience a certain number of things, right? But yeah, Vivian and Dorian actually learned to, like, joke with one another and actually like each other. Like, it's almost like mutually respectful. Like, Vivian understands he's not exactly a blood mage, but the crazy thing is he's exactly the replacement for a blood mage in Inquisition. I guess they just took it out to make all that warm, unicorn, woke, feely good bullshit that makes everything suck more palatable, I think is what they were doing there. But still, there were some character and story arcs that actually benefited certain characters growing to like each other. I wish Varric would have grown to hate Solus. That would have been awesome. That would have been an amazing dynamic in the story writing. Not sure why they didn't do that. Maybe they did, and I just never experienced it. Now that could actually be possible. And if they did that, I'm speaking out of my ass. So, like, if somebody can show me where Varric starts to, like, tell Solus, hey, go kind of fuck yourself, you're the problem, not the solution, I would love to see that. I didn't ever see that in the game. But if it exists, I would love to see that.
Who? I beg your pardon. I did not see you approach.
Sir Donald? Is that you?
Alistair?
Well, Morgan is actually willing to bang
how are you?
Alistair, but it's just to get the old god baby.
Not yet. No thanks to Colonel Gain.
If Arl Eamon were well, he'd set Logain straight soon enough.
If he were well? What do you mean?
The Arl is stricken with an illness that threatens his life. We have found no cure, either natural or magical.
You know what's kind of crazy, though? According to the lore, the only old god available is Dumont himself.
Of the illness, and even magic has done little to slow its progress. Our only hope now is a miracle.
So you're taking Dumont's essence and making it pure again? Making it not evil?
Ashes are set to cure
giving Dumont a second chance?
But I fear we are chasing a fable. With each day, my hope
I can't see how Flemeth would allow that, because she worked with Solus from the beginning to make sure that Dumont was not only destroyed, but that Morrigan got all the powers of Mythal, which was Flemeth, who I believe is also Andraste. Although the Andraste thing is just a chantry made up shit that's kind of whitewashing an actual historical figure. and making everything that's politically incorrect obsolete, and making everything that's political agenda an actual thing. That's that. I literally believe Flemeth is where Andraste came from. She's definitely centrifugal to the entire series. I don't give a shit about Faelgard because that has nothing to do with Dragon Age, so it doesn't even matter. But we talk about the first 2 games specifically, and then you can talk about Inquisition a little bit too. Yeah. My bad.
What? And you have his locket? And a note? Maker's mercy. Thank you for giving me these. I would never have known otherwise.
I don't know. Alistair can, as far as the canon goes, can potentially be exiled. And Morgan goes her own way. She got what she wanted off of Alistair. Whether she did or didn't, it still happens that way one way or the other. Like, that's kind of bottlenecked, right? That's going to happen. I don't know that Morgan even thinks of Alistair once again. I mean, Alistair can wind up in, what does Isabella call it? The ass end of nowhere. In some bar, drunk, in the ass end of Kirkwall. Right? Don't know that Morgan really gives a fuck about that, one way or the other. And probably never thinks about Alistair again. Pretty sure that's how that goes. And that's just Dragon Age 2. Inquisition, yeah, that's even farther removed. I don't remember Morgan even mentioning anything revolving around the kinship or patriarchy or what do you call it, the kingship of Ferelden whatsoever. I think she's pretty much concerned about Orlais at that point, which is what Flemeth would be concerned about, because once Dumont has the south, once Dumont has Ferelden, Dumont's definitely got Orlais. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some lore to that. I just never saw it. I'm pretty sure Alistair's simpleton ass doesn't enter Morgan's mind even once after Dragon Age Origins. Like, not even once. If you mention Alistair, she'd be like, who? Even if Alistair fathered her god baby, old god baby, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Pretty sure she'd be like, who? Why are you talking about dust when we're supposed to be talking about cheese? Yeah, cheese is cheese. Dust is... What is dust? Well, it's just nothing. So, yeah. I don't know why I used the example of cheese, but... Yeah, anyway. Hopefully you get what I'm saying.
Thank you. I wonder how many of us have met similar fates on this mad quest. Why is that, if I may ask?
I think I missed my reward here. So I was talking too much and didn't do my thing. What's up, Dylan? I don't know about that, but hey, thanks, man. Well, you're the best Dylan on the planet. Just saying. So...
I see. The Arl is a popular man, it's true.
I'll go
Ken
good.
Loghain, however, is a hero throughout Ferelden.
Although it's almost 6 in the morning, and once again, I have to get up to work today and
that is my
tomorrow.
primary concern.
So I probably have to call it. But it is almost... The sun's about to come up. Well, the sun's not going to come up because I hear rain and wind outside. I'm actually in the middle of a storm. And thank God for a roof over my head. Can we all just take this Thanksgiving weekend moment, whether you celebrate Thanksgiving wherever you're at? I mean, if you're in like Australia or freaking New Zealand or I don't know, Prague or, something, Russia or whatever. If you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, can you at least give thanks if you have a roof over your head? You've got a device that you're able to get online with, even though that probably does more harm to you than good. Be that as it may, but you at least have that when a lot of people don't. And you got a roof over your head when a lot of people don't. We have some food, at least enough to keep us alive, when some people don't. I would say a lot of people don't, actually. A lot is anything more than one. So, yeah, I think that's fair to say. Maybe you have a job and you're able to get to and from work when a lot of people can't. Or they won't. It might be their fault, either way. But you have that, and you have the desire to have that. That's why you have that. So even the desire to do the right thing, that's something to be thankful for. Remember, not everybody has that. If you have the desire to do the right thing, and you see a lot of people don't, that's something to be thankful for. I think that's pretty much what Thanksgiving is about. At least as an American, I'm just throwing that out there. And that can apply to anybody. I wish I had more is ungrateful. I'm thankful for what I do have. That's thankful. Right? I think that's where that comes from. Well, I mean, that's definitely where that comes from. I don't think I know that. So I think everybody can probably get on board with that. If you can't get on board with that, well, then you're entitled and you feel you're owed more than you're due without having to put forth any effort. And those are the type of people that make the world a really bad place to live in. True story?
The Arl fell ill before the king died. But what if Loghain planned that too? Oh, such thoughts do not sit well with me.
That's more than I deserve,
We should
man.
see what's happening in Redcliffe ourselves. I
You know
believe that now more than ever.
Hey,
if nothing else,
Dylan.
I am certain you would be welcomed at Castle Redcliffe. The Arlessa is there, and she
Take
could tell
all
you
of
more
that?
than I could.
Take all of that and go to your mom and put that in her lap. Tell your mom that she's all that. No, like literally, like everything, like times 1,000. Like anything anybody else could possibly be times 1,000. Go put that in your mom's lap and just make her day. That would be literally the best thing to do. And mean it. No, the best thing to do would be to mean that. To mean it. To literally mean it. And just let her know how amazing she is. No, she's amazing. You wouldn't be alive if it weren't for her. So let's just go ahead and let's just get real clear. Let's get some priorities here. No, you go tell her exactly how fantastic she is in every single way. Just because she exists. And God blessed her enough to allow you to exist. So yeah, maybe that's where the focus maybe should be. True story. Yeah. Absolutely. 100%. Of course she is. She's your mom. You only get one, and she's the best. That's why she was given to you as your mom, and that's why you were given to her as her son. That's why. Understand that. Which I hope you do. Right? Yeah, I hope you do. So, yeah. Just do that. Make that a thing. Make that a thing every single day. Let her know exactly how much you appreciate her. Be grateful. Be thankful for what's good for you. Don't take it for granted. Be grateful for that. That is one of the biggest things anybody can do. I need to take note of that myself. It's not only good advice, but I need to follow it, right? So yeah, I'm kind of hearing myself while I'm talking to you. It's a true story. It's 100% true story. You only get one mom, and if she did 99% of everything wrong, the one thing she got right is the one thing that matters. So guess what? Best mom ever. Doesn't matter what the other issues are. That's where the devil creeps in and says, well, You should take this amazing thing here that's given by God, and you should hate it for all these reasons. That's what the devil says. Don't listen to it. Love your mom for all she's worth, because she gave everything for you. And for those of you guys who have lost your mom, I think you understand that more than I could ever say. I still got my mom. I don't like her, at least sometimes. And no matter how right I think I am, I'm still wrong for that. She didn't abort you. And a lot of women do that shit these days. A lot of women are murderers these days. And your mom is the opposite of that. She not only brought you into this world, and she probably tells you that she can take you out every once in a while. That's a joke. But honestly, she not only brought you into this world, but she raised you. And the very best she could. And I guarantee you, if your mama could have done better, she would have. So, shut the fuck up and give some respect. Even if it's hard sometimes. Because maybe it's hard for her sometimes to not regret allowing you to live. Because you might be a complete asshole. Remember, it goes two ways. Like, that's a double-sided coin right there. Best thing to do is, do what God says. Honor your mother and father. Honor them. Give them honor. Even if they're an asshole, in your opinion, most of the time, honor them. Don't curse them. Do not curse them. Do the right thing. But if your mom's amazing, which she is, and you actually see all that, it makes it even easier to just do the right thing. And just heap all that attention and praise to your mom and your dad as well. It kind of sucks these days that dads are fewer and farther in between than moms. And that's a shame. That's a cultural thing. It's a culture. It's a culture of skeet and retreat, ejaculate and evacuate. True story? Use a woman and then leave her to hold all the baggage. And you know what the moms do that are willing to hold the baggage? They hold the baggage. So I think moms deserve even more respect in these days than they did a couple thousand years ago. To be honest, I really believe God just chose women to be the most gangster of us. Sometimes they abuse that, but sometimes they live up to it. So, yeah. Anyway, just some thoughts to think on. A little bit of appreciation, a little bit of good to outweigh the bad, a little bit of light instead of dark. Now, it's not dark to call dark dark. That's actually light to expose dark. So don't even come at me with that shit. Anybody who thinks they're about to, go fuck yourself. You know who I'm talking to. There's at least one person. But outside of that, light exposes dark. Just be light. And, yeah. Anyway. Okay, I guess.
With Henrik gone, I need to return to Redcliffe.
I meant to ask
Perhaps
this dude
later
for a
I will
reward.
seek out the
Did I
spelling
even
his
do
note
that?
mentions.
I don't think I did.
But I must go.
I think I missed it.
Thank you again, my lady. You have been most helpful.
He's gone, so if I missed it, I don't know. It's just a sovereign. I mean, that's a lot, but whatever.
Yes, of course.
Yes? What can I do for you? I knew this time would come.
Nice.
I should have listened to my sister. Sure, sign the paper, she said. You'll enjoy some coin now, but they'll be back. I guess I'll see you on the front lines.
Like, literally, there's a chain. And this is the way it was always intended to be. God himself, who created all of us, we're all his children. So you don't really have necessarily like moms, dads, brothers, sisters, and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, you do in the hierarchy, at least as long as you're alive in the flesh, you know, like your skin that you're living in, be that as it may. But you have an hierarchy like God, family, God, parentage, specifically, and then yourself. Like, that's the natural progression. And so, you know, you give respect to your parents. And there's a lot of conditions. Maybe your parents have passed away, car accident. Maybe your dad left and your mom was, I don't know, whoever you are, you know, into dope or a bunch of other unsavory stuff that kind of pretty much revolves around that. Doesn't really matter. The fact is, she gave birth to you. You have to respect that. You don't have to. You can choose not to. But that kind of makes you a piece of shit. You have to respect that. And if she was not qualified to do a single good thing for you, but you're still alive, got to give credit to God for that. Because she could have gone another route, and you could have never existed at all. And your existence could be the most amazing thing on the planet based on your decisions, based on what you do. It has nothing to do with what she did. She did her job. She bore you. She brought you into this world. And you can come up with, if you're in the darkest place that you could possibly be, and you say, well, she didn't have a choice, and God damn it, I was born and she fucking abandoned me, and I'm a fucking orphan, and I'm this and that, and I'm blah 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 blah. Okay, there's 1,000 things against you, but you're still here to complain about it. How about being grateful for that? That you're still here to complain about it. That means you still have at least one hand, or one mouth, or one brain, or one eyeball to do something about it. You got a chance. You know, that this is video game shit now at this point. You're saying there's a chance? There's a 1% chance to hit. This is like a Fallout reference, right? There's a 1% chance to hit the foot, but you can still hit it. There's at least a chance. Do it. What's the worst you can lose? I mean, if you think you don't have anything, there's nothing to lose. Like, see, there's always something, some ray of light, some opportunity to do something. And if you tell me, you say, okay, well, you got your mouth, you got your eyes, you got all your limbs, and you've got all the benefits or whatever. I don't know that I would agree with that. But either way, I've got a chance. We should all probably just operate off of that instead of the alternative. Because if you have no chance, well, you're dead in the water already. But if you have one chance out of 1 billion, might as well take it. What's the worst that can happen? You think you got nothing? Well, you still got nothing? Okay, whatever. Take that chance. Do that thing. So that surveys everything that you could possibly face, myself included. Okay, well, when everything seems down, well, I'm still here. I at least have an opportunity to at least think about it. That's something to be grateful for. I think that's the root of Thanksgiving right there. You have something to be grateful for, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be here to have an opportunity to be grateful about anything. So that you have an opportunity to be grateful about something is something to be grateful for. Or else you're dead. And I'm dead. Apparently not dead. I'm sitting here streaming at, what time is it? 6:09 a.m. my time. 6 in the morning. And but you know what? I'm able to do this. And you're here to talk about it. And the other guy whose life is going to shit in a handbasket, and this other lady whose life is completely unraveled in front of her because her fucking husband's cheating and she's just lost her child, and all this negative, everything the devil does to make sure he breaks you down to where you go to him for help. Guess what? You're still here to, I think this is the sum of everything we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes. You're still here to make a decision to not do that. But to be grateful for God for the opportunity to be grateful. Well, if that's what life boils down to, that's what the flesh boils down to. That's what this life boils down to. Yeah, it's pretty sorry. It's pretty stinky. It's pretty pathetic. But be grateful for the opportunity to be grateful, meaning that you're alive to do it. And the only reason you're alive to do it, this isn't a Mother's Day message, but maybe we should think about this around Mother's Day. Your mom, one way or another, gave you the opportunity to be grateful instead of you being aborted and murdered while you were still in her womb because she's a fucking woke piece of shit. Well, apparently she's not too much of a woke piece of shit because you're here to talk about it. And you got a mama. And if she's still around, be grateful. And if she's not around, be grateful for the fact that she brought you into this world to be something that's actually worth something. And I guarantee you, there's not a single one of you. Wow. True story. There's not a single one of you that's not worth anything. That doesn't exist. Wow. Man. I guess that's where we're going with that. Damn. Ooh. That got real quick. There's not a single one of you that's not worth anything. Although I do say that woke people aren't worth shit a lot. And I'm not saying that's completely wrong either. based on the things that they do and say. But I guess I'd be wrong in that. No, there's not a single anybody that's not worth anything. It's the fact that you're here. I'm not saying here on my stream. Here. Yeah, no shit. Well, that got deep real fast.
I can't do that.
No shit. Wow, man.
Yes, my lady? Who might you be?
I think we should probably finish on that, to be honest. I think we should probably finish on that. That's something for me to go think about. Wow. That's, I didn't see that coming. I really didn't. Oh, yeah.
I see. I am Ser Bryant, commander of the Lothering Templars. Tern Loghain declared all Grey Wardens traitors responsible for the king's death. You know this, I hope. I don't believe the Grey Wardens would be as careless or malicious as the Tern claims.
Appreciate you guys hanging out.
Either way, there it is. It is best you not linger, though.
Man.
Just in case.
Good stuff. That's the shit that really matters. In my opinion. That's what I believe.
Maker's breath. How many times must we drive them off?
No, I killed them all.
All of them?
I
By
killed all the
yourself?
bad guys. No, they're
It's
all
true.
dead.
I
Yeah.
saw it from my
No,
post.
seriously, they're all
It was
dead.
over so fast, we didn't even have time to get over there.
Sad that it needed to come to that. But then they asked for it. Will you accept a small reward for your service?
Oh, of course.
If it interests you, there is a Chanters board outside full of quests that need doing. The Chanters even offer pay for some of them. Now, unless there's something else you need. I cannot openly help you, I fear, but here, take this key. It opens the large cabinet on the far wall. There is more there than we can carry when we evacuate, so take what you need. Travel safely, and may the Maker watch over you.
It's amazing. The most noble of everybody are the Templars. They're the most noble. But it's like Satan demands that you agree with the blood mages and how the Templars are somehow devils for imprisoning them when they're doing everything to justify being imprisoned. The woke people, I'm just going to give a parallel here. Blood mages and woke people think exactly alike. They accomplish the exact same thing. They destroy, corrupt, lie to, manipulate, and infect, and pervert, and possess everybody around them with shit that makes no sense to anybody. From global warming to rainbow flags and dudes being chicks. Sorry, man. That's not how children are made. The human race would have died off a long time ago if dudes could be chicks and chicks could be dudes and nobody knows what they are. Sorry, man. Even animals don't buy into that bullshit. They know what it takes to make other animals. Like just basic, that's just science. So a woke person would be the first person to tell you that they fucking hate Jesus and they love evolution, but they hate the basic science of what makes a child from a boy and a girl. Do you understand how Satanism actually works and how it actually looks and what possessed people actually say and what they actually do? I hope you understand that. That is the best example I can give, at least at this particular moment. True story. Anyway.
It is done.
It is done. It is done. We are finished. Yes. Anyway.
Good day, Sister Leliana. I'm surprised to see you're still in Lothering.
Just saying.
It's good to see you as well, Your Reverence.
I do not recognize your companion. Greetings. Will you be making a donation to the Chantry? Our need has never been greater.
A tithe? Are you fucking kidding? You're gonna ask me to give you money, but you're sitting there in a gold robe, while your robe, if you sold it, could feed every villager in this village for the next year. But you want to throw religious guilt on somebody while you do nothing for anybody because you're religious. See, the difference between, like, say, for example, Christianity and religion is Christianity is a reality, and it's being a good person. As opposed to religion, which is exploiting people who are looking for hope and taking all their money, and if they die, you tell them, God bless you. While you take all their money on your little plates that you pass around in your religious services, because you're not actually doing anything for anybody. You're not teaching them your chantry, your word of God. You're just taking their money and exploiting them for whatever they're worth. And then if they're not worth anything anymore, you say, God bless you. That's religion. It has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. It has a lot to do with jihadism and all that other atheistic dog shit. It has a lot to do with that, but yeah, anyway.
A great number of people could be fed and clothed for a fraction of your finery. But you must
This
do
is
as
the
your heart
hypocrite
wills.
in
What
a
can I do for
gold
you,
robe. a great number of people could be fed for a fraction of the cost of your finery, your clothes. Bitch, you're the golden robe that could feed this entire fucking city-state for a fucking year if you sold it. But you're entitled. You're religious. You deserve to wear these golden robes made of actual literal gold thread that could feed not just this village, but this entire fucking band for the next 20 years if you sold it. But no, you're religious, so you're entitled. But you need to guilt trip somebody else who doesn't owe you a single fucking thing with your hypocritical, satanic, religious ass. Doesn't owe you shit, and you're going to try to guilt trip somebody else to give you some money that will never even touch a single one of these villagers. That's religion. It's the opposite of Christianity. Well, every Christian I've ever met is exactly like that. You haven't met any Christians then. You haven't met a single fucking Christian. Let me just go ahead and let's just go ahead and clarify. This is like from a side angle, but I think you'll get my point. I hope, if you understand the example. Christians don't eat pork. And Christians understand that the rapture is the mark of the beast. That's what a Christian is. Okay, so a Satanist worshiping their Jesus, who is actually the person of Satan himself, they eat bacon all they want, and they promote that shit. And they actually quote scripture to promote that shit. And they spout the fucking rapture. They're going to leave this world while all of you heathens that aren't religious like they are all get fucking destroyed by Satan. While they follow Satan, and that shit never actually happens. Well, because when Jesus comes, he's actually going to put an end to that shit, and all those self-proclaimed Christians are going to be exposed as the whore of fucking Babylon who followed after Satan when they were supposed to be a virgin, but they're all carrying Satan's child, which means they fucking fucked the devil in their head, their spirit, and their actual body. So, there you have it. That's an object lesson. If it sounds like gobbledygook and bullshit and you have no idea what I'm saying, you're going to see it. Unless you die in the very near future, you're going to see this. You can say what you want. Just let that seed settle for a second. And then if you actually see it, you'll be like, holy shit, that actually happened. Just watch. I'm not saying it's this year, necessarily. It's pretty soon, though. Yeah, it's definitely pretty soon. I think you should sound the trumpet when you see the enemies at the walls. I mean, these motherfuckers are taking over government within the United States and the United Kingdom. These people are actually infiltrating Israel and actually getting some political clout, which is definitely one of the horsemen, and religious clout, which is definitely one of the horsemen. Definitely economic clout, because they're actually being funded by our taxpayers' dollars to live amongst us while they strap explosives to themselves. Well, you're not seeing a whole lot of that because of Trump, but that's what they do. Yeah. And educational clout, definitely. You're not allowed to pray in school, but you can spread all the desks in the classroom out at a certain time of the day so some motherfucker can bow on a fucking carpet to the sun towards his fucking pig god Mecca, but you can't pray to Jesus Christ in a Christian nation as a child, or you get suspended from school. Yeah, see, even the religious, even that horseman is actually definitely riding, and its hooves are pounding on your fucking forehead and destroying your home, your society, your church, your bank, your government. True story. That's actually happening in front of your eyes. If you don't see it, this shit doesn't make any sense, right? Well, it doesn't make any sense because it's happening in front of your eyes. And, well, this is exactly what's supposed to happen. You're actually seeing it. You're living in it. It's an exciting time to a Christian. It's terrifying to everybody else. That's a fact. That's definitely a fact. Anyway.
It might have been kinder to execute him, but I leave his fate to the Maker. Why does he interest you? Then his next victims might count you and me as their murderers.
That might actually almost be a good point, but...
And what do you say on this, Leliana? You know your
This is
friend
why you
better
have to
than
have
I.
Leliana with you. You probably don't have enough persuasion to get the key for yourself.
With us, the Kunari might do some good. I am sure of it, in fact.
Were things not so
Try to make sure I get her first.
Very well. I trust you. Take these keys to his cage and make her watch over you.
Thank you, Your Reverence. Your trust is not misplaced.
Right. Okay, so not much else I actually need to do here. I need to go ahead and get a time signature. Wordplay? Wordplay? Yeah, kind of. But not like what you're saying. Not like what you're saying. No. Not wordplay like that. That's like, that would be like an example. That would be like a cap on something that a bottle is full of. Trying to like oversimplify it. No, not exactly. But they've been doing that with every word. From the Bible, to the government, to the law, to the church, to the school. And they've been twisting and exploiting any loophole they can find. Remember, lawyers are notorious for finding loopholes in wordage and the law. Kenites have always been writers. From Cain, who murdered Abel, unto the people that screamed in the crowd to demand the murder, the crucifixion of God himself in the flesh, which was Jesus, to today with all of our laws and principles, and the spirit of the law is ignored by rewriting the law and making it a thing. So if you want to super oversimplify it, yeah, turning amen to amen and women, but you don't know who is a man and a woman. Yeah, that's a good example. There's a reason God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. So yeah, you actually have a point, but you have to dig a lot deeper than just say a joke. But you actually have a truth there. Yeah, that's actually definitely a spiritual, psychological, sociological principle that they apply in everything that they put forth to everybody with social media, schools, churches, economy, politics. Yes. So, if you're asking, that would be my answer. 100% of the time. At least as far as I know. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I have to watch the clock, man. It's 6:30 in the morning. I would have got off already, but I don't see the sun coming up because I got friggin' a rainstorm going on outside. True story. But I gotta get off at some point because I gotta get up and work today. I say we go get Stan, I guess.
What do you need?
So we got that. I don't need to stand in our party, but...
They say your mother is Flemeth, a witch of the Kukari Wilds.
They also say that washing your feet in winter makes you catch cold
Shit.
in the head, but we all know that is not true. But sometimes...
You wish something more of me? I confess, I did not think the priestess would part with it.
You know, the reality of it, Tenku, is in America, which is a Christian nation. No matter what the woke try to say, and no matter how much distraction and how much smoke they throw, and how many cars they set on fire, and how much property they damage, and how much they try to satanize all government, religion, and they try to cower everybody that's a Christian in America. The bottom line is they've taken, or they think they have taken, the 10 Commandments out of every school, out of every courtroom, out of every bank, out of every church. And it kind of seems like they have done that. God is really laughing. Like, that's a joke. If you don't understand how funny that is, you're on the wrong side of it. And when you get wrecked, just understand, you asked for it, right? But yeah, so yeah, turning a man into a man and woman who aren't a man or a woman, all that stuff. Sodom and Gomorrah is given as an example. The perversion, which started in the garden. You think Satan just fucked Eve? Sorry, man. If you watch porn today, if you understand what Satan is about, and if you look at like San Francisco, which is famous in America, and you look at the red light district, and you look at the filth, you look at the epitome of public perversion that Satan has used to promote itself in what it does in both politics, religion, education, and the economy. You can even be canceled, and you can be driven to bankruptcy if you don't promote same-sex perversion, the abomination. Look, human beings aren't made from buttholes or licking and sticking. No. Human beings are made from sex, which God actually made fun. Sex is fun. Why do you got to pervert it? If God didn't make it fun, human beings would have died out probably 5,000 years ago or something. But sex is fun, but you got to pervert it. You got to take it extra. You got to desire things which are strange, which are abnormal, which don't make any fucking natural sense. Even animals don't do that. It's just even nature tells you that's just sick. But that's what you're going to base your entire society upon? When your entire society is geared towards that? That's why Jesus said, just as in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, where they were willing to murder somebody so that some beautiful male angels could come out so that they could know them. Yeah, let's fuck every man in their asshole, because that's what we have to do. That's literally just an object lesson of your entire society these days. That's the mentality. Fuck you in your ass economically, politically, literally, physically, spiritually, economically, flying a rainbow flag in a Christian church these days. Allowing the don't ask, don't tell. Okay, so if you have a problem with me saying this, I am just literally quoting scripture to you. I am breaking down multiple examples of what God told you would happen, and here we are. That's how sick as fuck it is. Because everything surrounding that mentality involves murder, kidnapping, sex slavery, trafficking, perversion, rape, child molesting, and everything goes. That's what we're dealing with these days. That is not a coincidence. That is Satan's spirit basically saturating everything that you think and say and do, everything you hear on your social media, everything you see through your cell phone, everything you hear in your church, everything you hear from your elected officials, whether they were elected or not, doesn't really matter. You don't really question it. And if you do question it, well, somehow you're some kind of conspiratorial theorist, which is actually probably right because you're not electing anybody. There's no fair vote. I mean, let's just be honest. There's no such thing as a fair sports event. It has to be rigged. There's billions of dollars involved. They're using you as tools in your sports, your church. Sports definitely involves economy. They guilt you into donating to cancer research so they can spend your money that you just gave because your loved one just died, and they're spending your money to create new forms of cancer to corrupt people with so they can get the rest of everybody else's money. Because if you don't donate to cancer research, then your family member that just died is being disrespected because you're trying to find ways to cure them. But every cure they come up with, they hide that and they spend your taxpayers' dollars to hire assassins to murder the people that are coming up with cancer cures. If you're in the medical community, you disappear if you come up with a cancer cure. That's a fact. Because they cannot keep the hospital beds full if you don't have cancer. So they are using your money funded to cure cancer to create more forms of cancer in cancer treatment, which is chemicals that cause cancer to fight cancer. Oh my God, you can't say that. And you can't say that America made the fucking Twin Towers happen. Well, actually, both of those are true. Yeah, actually, they do fund cancer creation, not cancer cures. And yes, they made the Twin Towers happen too, to get you into the war on terror so that you could spend $10,000 on a metal detector in every single airport everywhere and fund 1,000 other employees, but they give them $9 an hour and they charge you $50,000 an hour globally for these TSA. Come on, bro. If you can't see it, then you can't see. But these are just leaves on a branch on a much bigger tree. And the sad thing is the tree thinks it's a mighty cedar planting all this shit. This is a biblical reference. The tree thinks it's a mighty cedar, but it's nothing but a bramble bush. Do you know how much shade a tumbleweed casts? A bramble bush? You know how much shade it casts? That you can actually rest in its shadow. It's going to give you safety and security, taking all of your money and giving you nothing in return. You know how much shade it's going to give you? Bramble bushes don't cast any shade. You cannot rest in its shadow. This isn't the cedar, which is the tree of life, going all the way back to the garden. No, this is a bramble bush. This is the serpent. The old dragon, the serpent, namely the devil and Satan, and these are all biblical examples. You're actually living it right now. And if you can't see it, it's because you're a fucking zombie. And it's not your fault. You're just dead. It's not hard. Anyway, so
be it. Set me free and I will follow you against the blight.
I think we went a little bit too deep there. Biblically speaking, I think we went a little bit too deep. Well, it wasn't for lack of trying. My apologies if we went a little bit too deep there. But it's not hard. It's like literally hidden in plain sight. And if you see it, you see it. I hope somebody saw that, because if not, then I'm wrong, because we went. Yeah, my bad. I mean, but maybe not my bad. I'm not sure whether I was wrong there or not. I've been wrong before like that. Taking step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before we even talk about step 1. That doesn't mean I know shit. It's just simple truth. I'm just trying to pass it along and failing miserably, apparently. Apparently failing miserably at passing. Yeah, my bad. Maybe. I don't, did anybody catch any of that? 100% my bad if nobody got. Never mind. It's too late now. Anyway, my bad if. Yeah, sorry.
And so it is done. I will follow you into battle. In doing so, I shall find my atonement.
Wow. That's where the devil steps in. His pride was the start of the fall in the first place. And this is going back billions of years, millions and billions of years. This is when we had dinosaurs and shit, which you haven't seen in this Earth Age, because this Earth Age was created so you could be born innocent, knowing nothing, and choose your father over the devil, who has pretty much saturated this world with his politics and religion and economics and education, which is the way it's supposed to be. Fine. Okay, that's what the scripture said it would be like right now. Just in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, just as in the days of Noah. Noah, when the flood came, Noah was saved, but everybody else was swept away. And you actually, this is an actual literal example. You have preachers that will say, I want to be the one that's taken by the flood. I want to be the first one snatched from his bed. That's the rapture. And that is like literally following Satan. That's becoming impregnated as what's supposed to be a virgin bride to God himself when Christ actually comes. But only the Christians actually know that. God's elect would understand that. They have the truth in their forehead, and then everybody else has the mark of the beast. Now, a lot of them are saved. True story. And that's a beautiful, glorious thing. It's like white robes on a sea of glass, lined with gold. It's so pure. That's actually going to happen too. A lot of people would be saved by the testimony of God's elect in that day. But pride would step in and would say, this is what I know, and you suck because you don't know this. That's how Satan actually talks. So to sit here and spit a bunch of facts and reveal a bunch of prophecy that I'm not a prophet. I'm just quoting prophecy that's actually going to happen, and I have no doubt about that, and you're actually going to see it. And when it happens, hopefully the seeds are planted that when it happens, it buds in your mind, and you actually realize that everything you see is bullshit. But what you actually know is what you heard. And it's like, okay, this is exactly how this is supposed to go down, but everything screams within me, give in and just take the deal. Instead of, I want curtain number, how many curtains are there? There's 1, 2, 3 curtains? I want curtain number 4. If you're that person, when the make a deal supernaturally actually happens in front of your face, be the one that takes curtain number 4 when there isn't one. I mean, that's pretty akin to God just respecting the shit out of you for at least understanding that wrong is wrong. You may not know what right is, but you know that wrong is wrong. Somebody snapping their fingers, you got a celebrity drawing fire out of heaven and raising your dead grandma right in front of your eyes and working all power and signs and lying wonders right in front of your face and pretending to be Jesus and the alien master and Buddha and Muhammad and every fucking named wannabe religious idol icon that ever existed, and they claim to be all of those, but you just didn't quite understand, and they're gonna fly you away and save you from this world, that they're gonna judge and just get rid of all those nasty Christians who are actually exposing the truth and telling you and that motherfucker that they were what the Bible warned against the entire time. Do you understand flipping the script? That's actually what's going to happen in your face. In your face. You're actually going to see this. And it's going to be so celebratory that the Oscars don't have shit on this. Nothing Hollywood ever produced has shit on this, and you're going to see it you're going to see it in your face. How many of you are actually prepared to deal with something like that? You don't have to have an answer. I'm not asking for one. Just be aware that the question is out there. When you actually see this shit, are you willing to accept that, okay, I was actually told this was going to happen, but guess what? You're not resurrected. You're not in heaven. They're offering you nothing but physical pleasures. A car in every driveway, a turkey in every pot, all your bills paid, heaven on earth, heaven in heaven. Then we'll come back to the earth maybe, or some shit like that. You're actually going to see this. The world is actually geared up for this. The stage is kind of set. And if you have no idea where this is going, this is what the scripture tells you is going to happen. This isn't religion anymore. This is like reality. Like, are you real? You want to take part in the first resurrection? Or take a chance to maybe take part in the second resurrection? Or do you want to be destroyed? Because if you just love evil and you just love the way the world is today, if you're just woke as fuck and you just demand to stay that way, and anything good you're going to argue against, you're going to fight it, and you're going to get your blue hair and fucking take pepper spray in your mouth and just be fucking a rabid chihuahua with fucking rabies and all that stuff, if that's what you want to be, even in heaven, if you're still going to just, I'm going to protest, I hate the man. Well, the man is 100% good, and I'm not saying right now, but in that day, the man is 100% good and you're 100% evil. Can you name anybody who wants to spend even 5 minutes with you in heaven if you're just woke? Does even a woke person want to spend 5 minutes in heaven with a woke person? If you think this is the be-all, end-all, and everything you say and do promotes evil, promotes anti-global warming and all this made-up bullshit and all this fucking propaganda that has nothing to do with anything. Honestly, this weather and this world have nothing to do with heaven. So to promote global warming and to demonstrate on the behalf of global warming means that you don't believe in God or heaven anyway. I don't want to spend a minute in heaven with you, you fucking toxic piece of tomato soup throwing piece of shit. The fuck is your problem? You're willing to risk life in prison and whatever else because you're just making a media statement to promote Satan's asshole? Fuck you. I don't want to spend 5 minutes anywhere with you, much less heaven. You have no place there. So maybe you should just stop doing that and think for yourself for a second and say, you know what? I'm fucking batshit crazy. Has anybody ever actually done that? Anybody in the stream just said to themselves, I'm acting, being, and thinking batshit crazy. Nothing I'm doing is making any sense. I should probably stop that. I don't know what else I can do, but I should not do this anymore. Y'all ever just checked yourself like that? Check yourself before you wreck yourself? I don't know that that's a Christian phrase, but I mean, it's not totally inapplicable right here. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Like, why am I being a batshit crazy, multicolored haired, or shaved fucking head communist, insisting that whatever gender I am, it's something else, and if I'm not comfortable with any of those, I'm just going to make some shit up that never existed in the history of ever because it actually doesn't exist. I'm just mentally unstable, and I'm literally fucking insane. And so I'm just going to promote whatever I'm thinking because it doesn't really matter what logic there is behind it. I'm just going to go ahead and say that because it's definitely not good. As long as it's bad, that's what I'm going to promote. That's what I'm going to be an activist for. Even if it means going into a fucking Burger King, McDonald's, fast food chain, grocery store, and just acting like a completely oblivious, belligerent, rabid, rabies-infected fucking chihuahua and just start tearing shit up just so I can make a statement because, honestly, I hate my fucking self and I've never gotten any attention. So if this is the attention I can get, I don't really care whether I get arrested or not. If that's your entire purpose for rebelling against some shit that you have no idea what the fuck it is in the first place, maybe you're just an infected speed zombie. And you should just not be you anymore. And maybe you should just realize that you suck and you're everything that's wrong in the world and stop doing it. And maybe you'll get better. You don't need counseling, you need Jesus. No, sukology. Suke is spirit. Ology is subject, the subject of the spirit. No psychologist is going to cure you. The spirit, well, you got the Holy Spirit and then you got everything else. You got demonic spirits, you got the human spirit, and those are really kind of confused these days. And then you got logos, which is where ology comes from. It's the subject of the spirit. Well, the Holy Spirit can pretty much teach you everything you need to know. And remember, the Holy Spirit is actually God, according to the Bible. Well, Jesus Christ was the Word made flesh, the Word of God. The Word is actually Spirit. The Spirit is the Word. The Word of God is actually going to cure you. If you can see it in truth, if you can understand it. If you're not willing to accept it in the first place, then you're one of God's children who fucking hates their father. You wish God was dead. You actually wrote songs about it in the 60s and 70s, that God is dead. That's what you want. If you're of that spirit, well, guess where you're going? Yeah, I don't want to spend a single moment in heaven with your blue, purple, fucking screaming, Karen, fucking garbage ass. I don't want to spend a single moment with you in this world, much less heaven. Heaven is eternity and you're going to be there? That's hell. Guess what? It's not going to happen. So maybe you should just stop being a piece of shit. Stop being fucking satanic, fucking insane, psychological babble and just get right. And just accept some common sense into your life and maybe you got some healing coming. If you ask for it, you'll get it. That I promise. Now that is the gospel. That's why Jesus died for you. That's a fact. No, I'm not playing a video game anymore. Now we're actually talking about stuff. That's a true story. Anyway. Well, I guess we're going to accept Sten.
I am eager to be elsewhere.
That's good. Either way. Doesn't matter. Needs to be said. That's it. That's all. Time is short. Honestly, if you can use a streaming or video game platform to talk about something that actually matters, you need to do that. If it drives away viewers, I really couldn't give a single fuck less. I not like literally. If you gave me 100 fucks, I still don't have a single fuck to give whether that drives viewers off. I think there's certain things that have to be said somewhere to somebody. And I have no idea who I'm even talking to. I mean, well, there's a couple of you guys that are chatting with me, and God bless you guys. Just awesome. That's fantastic, and that's amazing. But sometimes it's okay for God to create a topic too. It's okay for God to say, you know what? I think the discussion needs to go this direction. And then it's like, yeah, okay, well, and then all of a sudden you have things to say. And I don't think that none of it's made up, and certainly none of it is in my own self-interest, right? So just to add some validity, some proof to certain things, if a single anything is like a seed and it falls between the rocks. You ever seen a weed between the rocks in a sidewalk? It's like, where did that crack come from? But there you got a weed that grows between the cracks in the sidewalk. That's like, it's cement, right? So like, why is this weed like growing right here in this sidewalk? Sometimes a seed takes sprout in the least likely of places. True story? It's a real life example. You can see it. Just go walk down a sidewalk and look for a weed. It's going to be growing somewhere in a crack in a sidewalk, somewhere. If you walk far enough, you'll probably see several of them. What made that weed sprout, or that doesn't even have to be a weed, it could be a flower. It could be just a sprig of grass that's lying beside the sidewalk. Doesn't really matter. That seed drops and it takes root, and nobody steals the seed. The seed actually takes root. And guess what? It actually becomes its own thing. Now, if somebody plucks you up and throws you into the fire, or into the trash can or the trash bag or whatever, it doesn't mean that you didn't take root and sprout. You were your own thing for a minute, if it was 10 years. You ever seen children that are taken away from us way too early? I'm speaking of my little buddy, Nathan. You ever seen that? Okay, so you've got a seed that against all odds sprouts in the concrete. And then when the concrete tries to crush it and kill it, it still grows and it grows. And then it gets plucked up. Remember, Satan is death. Jesus is life. Satan is death. Remember that. And then it gets plucked up. And finally, it seems to be vanquished. But the fact that you did that shit in the first place is inspiration to others. So you lived your little life to give inspiration to everyone around you, anybody who was willing to see it. So does that weed that took sprout from that little seed, is it worthless? No, it's not. You can pluck it up and you can throw it away and you can think you're doing something. Now, man, that thing had life. That individual had life. That's a biblical example. Plant a seed. Sometimes the fowls of the air, the Kenites, will come by and pluck it up. Even in your church, they'll take away any little truth that you have so they can keep you religious. They can keep you compliant. They can keep you a zombie. Just like their banks, just like their talk shows, like The View, just like their late night shows, like all those fucking Kenite perverts. They'll keep you compliant. If they can, they'll just choke you out and hope that you're like any other weed and you just get ignored and you don't exist anymore. That's exactly what they want to do. That's exactly what their writing is about. That's why they have an educational system the way it is, a political system the way it is, an economic system the way it is, and an educational system the way it is. That's exactly why. I don't even think even 5 years ago, anybody could convince parents that they were doing the right thing by allowing an educational system to force the chopping off of a penis of their little boy. I'm pretty sure maybe not even 5 years ago. Never in the history of mankind. Not even in Rome. And Rome was about as perverted as you could possibly get. Am I wrong? Anyway, all right, guys. Yeah, it's what, 7 in the morning? Yeah, it's 7 in the morning. All right. Good talk. Appreciate you guys hanging out. If you have opinions, we can talk about it tomorrow. I'm just putting myself in the place of the streamer. Maybe you guys just hopefully just hung out and might give ear to think about something that maybe you didn't think about before. That'd be awesome. But yeah, I got to get some sleep because I got to get up to work today and tomorrow. And then Tuesday, I'm trying to get my brakes fixed on my car. Somebody's going to help me do it so I can save on the mechanic labor, but I'm still going to pay them to help me. So that's basically my whole paycheck. True story. But it is what it is. Things will work out. They always have. Anyway. All right, good night, people. I will, no, actually, I am seeing sunlight outside now. Apparently the rain and the storm is gone, which is cool. But yeah, I gotta get at least a little bit of rest because I don't like driving with no sleep. That is not cool. Driving with no sleep, it's bad enough these pieces of shit on their cell phones trying to kill everybody. Not trying to kill everybody, they're just passively killing everybody with their stupidity. Yeah, being tired and driving around those assholes, that's dangerous. That's not cool. All right, well, good night, guys. I will hopefully see you guys tonight. If I don't, man, you guys have a good week coming up. And the holidays are coming up, I think, not just here, but elsewhere. Right? Holidays coming up. Boxing Day or Christmas or whatever. If you don't like Christmas, go fuck yourself. And yeah, you make the world a worse place to live in because you exist. So if you stopped existing, the world would be a better place. If you don't like Christmas, go fuck yourself. I'm going to say Merry Christmas. If you have a problem with it, well, maybe we'll be fighting. And let's see who goes to the hospital. True story. Anyway, good night, everybody. I will catch you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Or tonight, whatever. Maybe I'll even get off early and we can start streaming earlier. Anyway, good night, everybody. Y'all take care.